Hello, everybody, and welcome. We are so excited to have you here with us today. Again, it's Audrey DeYoung, and this is the Pin It Canada live virtual event. We'll be creating for the next 4 hours, and we have some fabulous presentations for you. You will not be disappointed. We are coming straight to your home and spread some creativity with you. We have a jam-packed schedule of amazing artists, demonstrations, techniques, products, unique DIYs, and so much more. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the afternoon. These presenters are sharing their passion, their skill with you, so they're excited to be here as well. Make sure that you comment, share, ask questions during the different segments. In each segment, we will be picking a door prize winner, and we have some amazing door prizes for you that we will be telling you as we go along today. And if you comment or if you ask a question, you will be chosen or put in for the door prize for that particular segment. And each presenter will contact you separately and to directly give your door prize to you. Make sure, you're interactive, share it with your friends. If you're not able to watch the entire show, you can always go back on Facebook or go to our YouTube channel, which is Pin It Canada, and you'll be able to see the entire show there by Monday. And you can subscribe and hit the bell, and that way you'll get all the notifications for the Pin It Canada and also for the Audrey Live. So sit back and enjoy an incredible afternoon, and we're just ready to go. So our first presenter today, or our first guest, is Pla Schneider. She is the senior designer from DecoArt, and we are extremely excited to see what she's going to have for us today. She's a native Southern Californian. Pla relocated with her family in Lexington, Kentucky in 2014. She is an accomplished designer in all of DecoArt's product categories, including craft, DIY, fine art, and fashion. Pla has shared her design experience both nationally and internationally, teaching in places like Mexico, Puerto Rico, Spain, Bolivia, England, Germany, and across the United States. With a wide variety of artist styles, she is best known for her signature rainbow-colored style. A self-proclaimed mad scientist, she is constantly experimenting to create innovative ways to use existing products and create new ones. Pla's favorite decor product is the DecoArt glass paint. She says she loves to paint with all kinds of surfaces, but glass painting is her favorite. Hello, Pla.
Hello.
You can hear us. Awesome.
I can hear you. It's a little faint, but I can hear you. And thank you for that lovely introduction.
Oh,
that saved
perfect.
me some time from having to introduce myself. Hey, everyone.
Now, we need you to turn your camera, I think. Right now, you're kind of up and down. Is there any way you...
Am I upside down or sideways?
You're sideways, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give us a minute.
Yeah, no problem. We're just looking forward to having you with us and all that you can... There we go.
Oh, we're so excited. And it's nice to get out of the house today, I'll tell you that.
Awesome. That's perfect. So what products are you going to show us today?
You know what? It's funny that you said I'm known for my rainbow colored art, because this is quite the opposite. But when this line came out, I was completely excited. And this is our our DecoArt designer finishes. And I'm going to be featuring 4 today, which Michaels carries all 4. And we can just go through them quickly here, and then I'll do a demo. I also wanted to mention that we have a great giveaway. So I know you already mentioned that. If you comment or ask a question, you'll be automatically entered to win. And it is 4 of these, so 1 of each finish, the complete pack. So a total of 4. So Good luck to everyone.
Let's just do a check. Is our camera looking good now?
It's looking perfect. Yes, that looks awesome. Is that you, Elizabeth?
On board, we can get started.
I think we can get started. Yes, go for it.
Wonderful. So welcome, everyone. Thanks for being here. And again, today we're going to be featuring our DecoArt designer finishes. And we're going to start over here. I'm just going to introduce the Salt Wash Beach, which you can transform just about anything. This happens to be wood, but this works on metal, on glass, on plastic. It works on a variety of surfaces, and it completely transforms to this lovely salt wash beach look. So that's number one. Number two, if you scroll down over here, we have the oxidized tin finish. And that again transforms many different surfaces into this lovely oxidized tin look. And the great part about it is it looks like real oxidized tin. Aside from that being a great part, you'll be seeing how absolutely easy it is to create that look. Moving on over here, we all know how popular the farmhouse look is. So we have this lovely salt farmhouse wash. And again, here you see it on terracotta. This is metal. This is wood. And over here to the rusted metal. And this is a wood planter. And as you can see, it looks like real rusted metal. Same with this piece here. So it's very exciting to be able to transform any simple surface. And I am going to be demoing starting with the rusted metal. Now this is just a piece of wood, and I'm not going to show this first step here because it's quite easy. And what's really nice about this is the back will give you the instructions on exactly what to do. This one happens to be 3 simple steps. And I wanted to mention that because I feel like this looks extremely complex. So by going through the steps here, you can see how easy it is and not intimidating. So you start off with this one using the Extreme Sheen and Tin, which is again part of the kit. And I'm not going to demo this because of course you just simply brush it on. And depending on your surface, you want to make sure you get a nice coverage. So you will apply either 1 or 2 coats. Now I'm going to demo the next step. Is you take the Deco Art Americana and Georgia clay from the kit. And here is the secret sauce, so to speak. This is our Deco Art Americana texture sand medium. And that's what's going to give you that really beautiful texture. And that is what will make the rusted metal have a real look to it. So I have these two, and the mix is 1-to-1. And you can just eyeball it. It absolutely does not have to be perfect. And you can use a palette knife or your brush. And what you're going to do is not think about it too much. As a matter of fact, this works better if you try to not be too careful and really just brush it on, but make sure that you're not covering the entire surface. You want to be very sporadic. So I'm just going to brush it on. And then once it's at that point, I do like to blend it a little bit. I'll add just a little bit more on this side. Now, the other nice part about this is you could go, really heavy with the rusted look, or you can go quite light, whatever you prefer. So that is step 1, which was, base coating with the tin color, the metallic tin. And then number 2 is mixing the texture sand with the Georgia clay and just brushing it on sporadically and making sure to leave a lot of that base coat exposed. So here's a piece that I already have dried, and we're going to move on to the final step. This one is just three
I had a couple of questions for you. Somebody was
Sure.
just asking,
Yes.
is the product you're using, what did you mix it with again at the beginning? You mixed something in with the product?
Yes. Now, the nice part is you do not have to memorize these products. Is these 4. So this is one kit here, which is the rusted metal kit. They will come like this. You will have all 4 2-ounce bottles in here. But to answer your question, it's Deco Arts Americana Texture Sand Medium.
Perfect. And they're also wondering, does it work the same on paper? Does it have the same effect on paper, other products, or just wood?
I would only use it on a thicker paper or on a watercolor paper, but absolutely, it would be beautiful in a watercolor journal as a background.
Oh, perfect. And does it require sealing the wood prior to using it?
If it's something that's going to be outdoors or handled a lot, I would say yes, but for decorative purposes, absolutely not.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're very welcome. So now we're moving on to the final step, and I'm saturating my brush with water. And the mix here is approximately 4 parts water to 1 part paint. And this happens to be asphaltum in the Americana. So if we pan back over here to the piece, as you can see, the rust part looks a little bit too bright, right, to be real rust. So this final step really makes it look real. And as you can see, that's extremely transparent, extremely watery. And again, you don't have to cover all of it, just parts here and sort of. And that's it for that one. So those are the 3 steps. Now I'm going to show you an actual project that I started. Now I'm going to show you the bottom side so you can see that it's just a wood. And now it looks like, you know, rusted metal, but I am going to do that final step because again, that rust looks a little bit bright. But to me, the funnest part about these kits is you get a real look. It's very easy and it completely transforms, you know, just about any surface. Again, this one here is wood. And there you have a treasure box that actually looks like it's, you know, a very old treasure box that's been sitting in someone's attic. And I'm not going to do the whole thing, but I'll go ahead and I'll turn it so you could see the difference. That's without, you know, the 3rd step. And then that's with the 3rd step, just making it a little bit more realistic. Okay, I'm going to set that aside. And we are going to move on to this look over here, which is extremely popular. And again, that is the Salt Wash Beach. And this one is very easy again, and it's just a few steps. So I started off here with, you know, just a piece of wood. And Vintage Effects Wash is step number 1. Now, the difference between this and a, you know, regular Americana acrylics paint is 2 things. This has a little bit of transparency to it, and it has a very long open time. Now, this already has 1 coat, and I'm not going to, you know, demo that because for the sake of time. And you can see, or hopefully the camera can see that, it does have a little bit of transparency, which works perfect for this look. And then we're going to move on to step number 2, which is, again, like we did with the first kit. We're going to use the secret sauce, or the secret formula. Sorry, it's this one. The Deco Art Americana Texture Sand. And you're mixing equal parts. And this is Americana and the Bahama Blue. And again, no need to memorize it. It's right in the kit. Just give those a good mix. And I don't know if you can see the texture on camera when I'm brushing it out, but to me, that makes all the difference in the final outcome of your project. And you can use, you know, I'm using a flat brush, but you can use even a chip brush, just about any type of paintbrush works. And I'm very just randomly applying this. It's actually better if you don't think about it too much, just sort of brush it on. And here I have a dry version of that, so I can show you the next step. We're going back to the Vintage Effects wash, but this time in turquoise. And this time around, we are not mixing it with the texture sand. And the same exact approach. You're just going to randomly brush it on. And as you can see, that's a deeper turquoise color there, quite a bit deeper.
A couple questions. One was, does the
Sure.
texture sand have some grit added to it then?
It does. That is a great question. And I wonder if you can hear that.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
So it does, and that makes all the difference. If I bring this up to the camera, I don't know if you can catch that, or maybe I'll do it with the dry one.
yeah.
Can you
No, we
see
can
that?
see that. Yeah.
Excellent. So if you compare this to this over here, and I'm going to put it right there, you can see that this looks way too harsh and severe, right? So the final step is going to be softening that out. So this one's already dry. We're going to go to the final step here. And it's back to the Vintage Effects wash in white. And it works perfect, again, because it has a little bit of transparency to it. And as you can see, I'm intentionally using a bunch of random brushes. So you can see that it's not that important to use a specific brush. I would say use your favorite brush that has some type of flatness to it. I would not recommend a round brush, but other than that, you can use just about any type of brush. So what this is going to do is it's going to soften the look a little bit. And the nice part is you can go right over the blues. And because it has that bit of transparency, you'll still be able to see the blue showing through. And another thing is you can go in a couple different directions. And it gives a bit more of an authentic salt wash beach look. There's a really good spot where you could see texture. Can you see that right there? Perfect. So hopefully everyone's asking questions and commenting. I would love to know which one of these 4 finishes would you like to try?
Well, a couple of the questions are they're wondering if you can buy the texture medium separately, or is it just in the kit?
You know, I think Elizabeth will be answering that question. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I know more about the design part than the.
Also, another
Yeah,
question.
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
Did you get a good final of that? By the way, did you hear that question? Can the texture sand be purchased on its own at Michael's? Okay, she's going to check, guys, so stay tuned. So you got that final.
And also, did you use a dry brush or a wet when you were applying it?
A dry brush. And as you noticed, I used a variety of brushes. The main thing I want to point out is that you can use just about any brush except for a round brush. Do I have a round brush to show you? For example, I wouldn't use a brush like this, but you can use a brush like that, a chip brush, just any flat brush really works. And no, you do not saturate the brushes before you apply the products. As a matter of fact, I would say absolutely don't, because the drier the brush, the better that the technique works.
Oh, perfect, perfect. And do you know when they'll be available in the stores? Somebody already has gone online to order and they can't see them.
Oh, goodness. I'll tell you what, Elizabeth will let us know within the next few minutes here.
Perfect.
I did want to go over one more thing that I think is super fun. Is sort of combining a couple different kits together. And I'm going to say that some of them work together beautifully and some of them maybe not so much. So over here, again, back to the Salt Wash Beach. I think that looks beautiful combined with the oxidized tin, which is over there. Now that is one that I'm not going to be demoing, but it's extremely similar to what you just saw me demo. And then over here, we have the Salt Farmhouse. kit along with the rusted metal. And I think those look absolutely beautiful together. So, just think about when you're looking at these kits, maybe mixing and matching and, what looks good together. Did you hear that question?
And these are available now. They're on the michaels.com website. And I've posted the link in the comments.
Excellent. Did everybody hear that? That's great news.
Yeah. But the texture sand I'm not seeing as an individual item at Michaels. So
okay,
you can only get it in a kit from Michaels.
Okay. Did everybody hear that part on the texture sand?
You might want to repeat it.
Okay. So number one, the good news is that the kits are already available on michaels.com. So you can go ahead and order them right away. As far as the Americana texture sand medium, Elizabeth is not finding it on the website just yet. That doesn't mean that it may not be picked up, down the line. And that's such a good question because this is one of my favorite products. There's a lot of fun things you can do with it. It's a great part of this kit. But I also wanted to show you, can you sort of zoom into those or not really? Get a good shot. So over here are some lovely examples of the oxidized tin kit. And that one is extremely similar to the rusted metal in that it's 4 very simple steps. And then if we pan over here, this is just another, this is cardboard. So I'd love to show that. Doesn't that look like real rusted metal? And then over here, the extremely popular farmhouse look. So that's the salt wash farmhouse. So I'm going to ask the question again, what is everyone's favorite? And what do you think you would like to paint with these products? A frame, a candlestick, a lovely sign, a terracotta pot. There's just so much you can do, and it's completely transformative. And the best part is that it's really easy.
Well, there's a real mixed bag of comments because I've got a couple here that they like the beach wash look. So far, the salt water beach look. Not really into the rusted metal, but then the next person said, I love the metal look. Can't wait to try it.
Well, that's a great point, is I feel like everyone out there will like at least one of the kits. So it's really nice that we have 4 different ones, and they're very, very different and unique and very specific. So I understand that everyone, likes some looks and not others. Yeah. And it also depends on the style of their home. Even, where you live makes a difference, I feel. But I think they're all fun. And again, the best part is they're extremely easy and fun to use.
Perfect. Now, somebody had looked on michaels.ca, which is the Canadian, and they're not available there, she says. So do you know, maybe she can look into it and come back on after, or just comment after when it's available, or let me know.
That's a great question. I wonder if she did look specifically at the Michaels Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If she's listening right now, she may come in and let us know.
Now, Ida says she sees it on Amazon as well.
I was not aware. That's good to know.
There's a couple different places. Suzanne says she loves the rooster and that everything's gorgeous. Thank you. I'm just looking to see if there's any other questions.
I'm happy to stick around and answer questions. What are we down to? 5 minutes?
Yeah, we got a couple minutes yet.
Okay,
yeah. Good. It seems like the beachy one seems to be the one that people like. I think everybody's ready for a little bit of summer and sun.
You know what? I think you're right. That's a good point. That perhaps is why that one is the most popular right now.
And the farmhouse one.
We're all ready to go outdoors. Now, does anybody out there like, combining 2 of the finishes? Because I think that's one of the funnest part is sort of mixing and matching the kits.
Yeah. And which one would you suggest? Which ones work the best together?
I think the way that I have it displayed now, to me, work the best. And this is why. Over here, you have the Salt Wash Beach, which has, of course, your blues in it. And then the oxidized tin, which is, you know, your 10 colors. I feel like those two look very nice together. And over here, you know, we have the farmhouse with the rusted metal.
Yeah.
The reason I feel that those two look best together is there's a little bit more contrast. But for example, you know, it still works good together. This is the oxidized tin. Would have we placed that right there? That still looks very pretty. It's just a less contrasting look.
Yeah. 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 Very nice.
Now, what's fun about this is just a ceramic, you know, piece. And I feel like it's completely transformed and even has more of an elegant look.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, that was incredible. Just so much information there. Just can't wait to see them in the stores and start playing with some of these different new products.
Well, thank you everyone for being here, but hold on one quick sec. We have
So I was able to locate it on canada.michaels.com if that's
all 4 designer
correct.
finishes.
Yes.
Okay, if everyone didn't hear that, Elizabeth just said that she was able to locate all 4 of the kits on Michaels Canada.
Oh, perfect.
So
they
yeah,
are there.
hopefully it'll be easy for everyone to find.
I posted the link in the comments.
Oh, the link is in the comments, everyone.
Okay.
Good luck to all of you. Thank you for being here with us.
Bye.
I hope that you try the designer finishes and come up with a really fun project.
Perfect. Thank you so much for being with us, Pla.
My pleasure.
Okay,
Thank
take
you.
care.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Bye.
I don't know why we always do that waving thing. I don't know. It's funny. I do it on my show every week as well. You just kind of like, bye. Anyway, that was really very interesting. I love those new products, and somebody is going to be the winner of those, of all those products. So that's kind of going to be lots of fun. Our next guest is Kaylee Bosch from Ecstasy Craft, and they're in Shannonville, Ontario. Kaylee is a member of the Ecstasy Craft design team, where she specializes in card making, bullet journaling, and mixed media products. Before joining the team over a year ago, she hadn't much experience with paper crafting. That surprises me, actually. It was Ecstasy Craft's stellar line of products that made her fall in love with paper crafting, and she now is a self-proclaimed crafting addict. Hi, Kaylee.
Hi, Audrey. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having us.
Oh, well, thank you for being with us again. This is very exciting.
Yeah, I have a very fun little demo planned for you guys. Should we just jump into it?
I think so. I was just going to mention that Ecstasy Crafts offers a wide range of products to help you realize your creative vision. They sell over 15,000 craft supplies with hundreds of fantastic new products hitting their shelves every month. So it definitely is worth going to the website. And just a reminder to everybody that all the websites and information you need is on the little ticker. What do we call that thing going across the bottom? A ticker thing going across the bottom. So make sure you check out these websites as well, or write them down if there's things there that you're interested in. So yes, take it away, Kaylee.
All right, beautiful. I'll switch you over to our overhead view to give you a closer look at our bundle that we've put together for you. So we wanted to do a little spring flower, fresh flower themed. So if you have a die cutting machine, some white cardstock and black ink, and purchase this little bundle that we've created for you, you will have everything you need to create a huge range of cards. These are 3 cards that I made from this bundle. So much fun using some fresh flower dyes. It's got a little bit of greenery in there for you to play around with, and some vases. We have the vellum in this bundle to create that nice look, like you've slipped your flower stem into some glass there. And of course, a gorgeous stamp from Frog's Whiskers. We carry their whole line, some beautiful watercolor paper, and even a very great quality Aladdin watercolor brush. I love these brushes. And I think the star of this bundle that we've put together for you is definitely the Pixie powders. Now, we've included the Candy Pink, Mango Blaze, and the Teal Wash in this kit. So you can really blend these colors to create your purples, your greens, all of the colors that you're going to need to make these beautiful cards. And of course, this bundle comes with a double-sided instruction sheet, giving you all the techniques that you need to make these beautiful, gorgeous splattered backgrounds with these pixie powders. So at ecstasycrafts.com, we also have all of the colors of our pixie powders up on sale for our Pin It crew. So you can head to ecstasycrafts.com and find the whole color range of pixie powders. And I will show you some examples. They're gorgeous. We have over 26 different colors. They're dry mica pearl and dye mix to create some shimmering, colorful effects on any porous surface. You can use it on any porous surface. So we've included in that bundle the watercolor cardstock, which is wonderful to work with these. But you can use it on any kind of paper you want. And you can see the shimmer there. This is the fireworks pixie powder. And it just really comes alive. I want to show you some techniques that we can use. So this will be in your bundle, one of the techniques that will be in your bundle. So what we can do is I will take my watercolor cardstock and give it a little spritz with just some water, whatever spritzy bottle you've got going around. And then I'm going to take my candy pink pixie powder for this one. And I'm just going to give a couple puffs on there along the top and on the bottom. And you guys, when I spritz this with some more water, you are going to see it just come alive. Here we go. There's my mango blaze on there. Now you can already see a little bit, but when I hit with this with some more water, look at that color explode. So the more water you add, the more blended it's going to become. We can grab our watercolor brush and blend that out and blend the pinks with the yellows to give us that gorgeous golden orange color and blend right away. Now, this pixie powder is so much fun to play with. We go back in, add more color if we want, just keep playing. I mean, even if you don't have a die cutting machine for this full bundle, the pixie powders alone are so much fun to play with. So again, we've got those up 10% off of the full collection of pixie powders for you on the website. There, look at that gorgeous background done up with that. So we can do another technique that we use with this bundle is some watercolor. So because these are so highly pigmented, guys, we can add it to a watercolor palette. I'm just going to puff some powder into there of each of my colors, and we can blend to watercolor paint some of these flowers. So let's get our mango in there. Puff that powder out. Oh, it's just so much fun. You can do so much with these little pigments. So now I'm going to grab one of the flowers we cut out from our flower die set that does come with the bundle. You can purchase these just on their own too at ecstasycrafts.com if you're just interested in one aspect of this kit. So we will add a little bit of water to our pixie powders. I'm going to scoop some there. And then I'm going to add a little bit of my mango to my teal blue. And we'll make a little bit of a green to paint the stems of our flowers. You can get any shade you want on there. Give my brush a rinse. And then I'm going to make this, is that an orchid? I think maybe. Just come alive by giving a little brush through there. Just gorgeous techniques with even more backgrounds. How are we doing for time, Audrey? Should I keep rocking?
Yep, just keep on rocking. You're doing well. It seems
All
like
right.
it came up a little bit that your bandwidth is low. So every now and then
I
you just
have,
kind of come in and out a little bit. So we do have a couple of
oh,
questions here, though.
yes, let's hear
One,
them.
let me see. Are the kits available? So is this kit available through the website?
It absolutely is. Yep. If you go to ecstasycrafts.com, we got a banner right on our homepage that says pin it for all of you guys. And if you click on that banner, it will take you right. So I'll keep
Perfect.
going. And we have a little add-on in this flower collection. We have more flowers. So you can choose to add these dies onto your already fresh flower bundle. It's just some extra dies, some different flowers that you can mix and match together. And then this very cute, instead of the vases, it comes with a couple little test tubes, which is very cute. And this little wooden mount, and I'll show you. I cut one out, and they emboss beautifully as well to give you a little bit of a dimension. So I've cut that out, and we can toss it on to a background, a little cardstock background that we've done up with the pixie powders. And then it's actually notched. So once you have your flowers painted up, you can wedge your flower stems right into your little wooden stand. So you can get all different kinds in there. So this is another bundle that we've done up with the extra flowers. So you will never need another flower stem die again, with some nice greenery in each one, a bunch of different flowers. So you can do those up and they slip right into your wooden block, which is very fun. A cool little add-on if you wanted to expand the projects that you can make with this bundle. Again, using the same vellum that comes with the sheet, that's what I would use to cut the test tubes out of. I'll show you the little vases that we've done. So I go ahead and cut it out of cardstock and vellum. That's using the die that is in the bundle with all of the pixie powders and everything included. So it comes with the vellum, comes with your watercolor cardstock. So I've cut one with the cardstock and one with the vellum. And I'll show you how we can do that up to make it look like our little vase is full of water. So I'm going to grab a little bit of my blue pixie powder and just dab that on to the edges of my vase. A little shaded effect. Maybe water it down a little bit and pull it out there. And then we can go ahead and tack our, once it dries, obviously, but I'm going to go quick for you guys. We tack our vellum on top, and you can see it gives a lovely water vase full effect. Now let's plug, we can wedge our stem in there, and you can see it looks like our fresh flower is sitting right in our vase, which is a very cool effect. Now the kit also comes with the stamp. We're giving away our Stamping Buddy Pro for one of your draws, Audrey. So I'll show you how we can add a little stamp. This is the stamp that comes in the bundle. We can add it on.
That's a great prize. The Stamping Buddy Pro from Nellie's Choice. It's a wonderful door prize. And somebody definitely be lucky to win that one. Somebody has asked if that background you had done, I think at the beginning, would that work on wood as well?
On wood, I mean, yes, I suppose it would. If it was a light colored wood, the colors are definitely going to show up. If you're going to do a nice pine effect, these pixie powders work on any porous surface. So I would say wood counts as that, right?
Perfect, perfect. I think you still have about 7 or 8 minutes, so go for it.
Okay, beautiful. I'm going to show off our little stamp. We can add that onto the corner of this beautiful background that we've built. All kinds of blended backgrounds, watercolor. And there you go. with the beautiful Stamping Buddy Pro. And Audrey, we've actually set the Stamping Buddy Pro to 10% off for all of the Pin It customers as well. So they can find that in the category too.
Oh, awesome. So 10%
Up on our
off.
website. So if you aren't the lucky one, you still have a chance to get a good deal on it.
And somebody says your
Now,
website only shows 4 kits left, that they better get a jump on it.
you can order them and they are back orderable. We're getting more in stock very soon. So place your order and we'll have those shipped out soon. Not to worry. You have, there's a little bit of grace there. Okay. Now, like I said, this bundle comes with our 2-page sheet showing a bunch of different techniques, everything you need to learn how to make these cards. But if you want something a little more in depth, we've also got a spring flower virtual class kit coming up. And that's where we will have two 2-hour-long Zoom classes included with the purchase of your spring flower virtual class kit. So it comes with all kinds of fun stuff. We're going to be making foam flowers, using some dies, some pearls. We're going to be making a shaker card. The bundle comes with ink, some gorgeous, gorgeous papers. And I will show you some of the cards that we're going to be making in this class that you can find up under the Pin It category as well. Here's a beautiful foam flower technique that we're going to be teaching in that class. A shaker card technique, which is always lots of fun in there, using a bunch of different spring elements, and then showing off that beautiful floral paper and a little tag. This is one of the cards that we'll be making in that class as well. So the class is jam-packed. If you feel like you want a little bit more instruction, or you just want a little bit of community right now, we can't get together in person. So we've really enjoyed our last virtual class and we're super excited to be doing this one again. That's going to be scheduled for April 9th and 16th. So you can find all of that information on the Pin It category as well for this virtual class kit for spring flowers. So lots of fun stuff going on and lots of deals. I hope we will see you guys at one of our classes. And if you are ordering this kit and playing around with some of the pixie powders or any crafts that you are making using Ecstasy Crafts projects, please share them with us on our Facebook, Crafting with Ecstasy. You can share the projects that you're making. Here's just some more samples using the pixie powders, some gorgeous different colors. Another card that we made using pixie powders. This is the plum twist and a rich gold pixie powder used to make this card, which is very nice. You can just make some beautiful backgrounds with these powders. Another little fairy card. We did that with a stencil, chopped up that stencil and used the element on a card. So you can do tons of different stuff with these. And like I said, in the Fresh Flower bundle, the 3 colors that it comes with in the pixie powders, you can blend together perfectly to make a ton of different colors and have a lot of fun playing around with some of these things. Show you, I'll make a quick purple here. And what I love is nothing goes to waste with these pixie powders, because even you can let it dry. They're water-based because we just mixed it with water. You can let it dry and reuse that palette at a later date. Or what I like to do is a little abstract action. So I'll just grab a scrap sheet of paper and splatter my watercolor on there and make a little bit of a background just with the product left over. It's tons of fun. You can get a lot of abstract action going on.
That's
So
really cute.
here's another splatter.
I've never thought about doing that with all my leftover paint.
Yeah, nothing goes to waste, Audrey.
Just a few questions. Somebody's wondering, do you ship to Canada and the United States?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. Another comment from Sue, and it's a great idea. She says, right now it's just so nice to send cards to people. She said she owes people cards, and this is just a great idea to do some thank you cards or just I'm thinking of you cards and that sort of thing. So it's kind of a neat idea to do that as well. So
Yes, absolutely. And I love the little stamp that we've included in this bundle. Just a note to let you know is a perfect set off to whatever you want to say on the inside card. Just a note to let you know I've been thinking about you, all kinds of stuff. Cards are so appreciated these days.
yeah, exactly. Also, they're asking, would you suggest using a watercolor ground if using the product on a wood surface? Do you understand that?
A watercolor ground, I'm not familiar with that. I can't speak to that. I'm not sure. Most of our crafts are done on paper and cardstock, so I'm not an expert on doing it on wood. So you might have to play around with it a little bit.
Yeah, I would think it would work on wood as well. You might not get the same effect because I mean the paper is kind of like a watercolor paper that you get that streaming out effect.
It really spreads.
But yeah. Also, we had a lot of people commenting that they love Ecstasy Craft and they love all the products that you guys carry, and just wonderful that you put these bundles together for people, and it makes it easy for them to be creative and come to the website and see all the amazing things you have. For sure.
Oh, awesome. Well, we've had so much fun putting the bundles together. So yeah, like I said, I hope to see you all in some of our upcoming virtual classes. You can find them all on our website at ecstasycrafts.com.
Perfect. And typically, when are the classes?
The classes, so are the next ones that we have coming up, like I said, are April 9th and 16th. And they will be, so that's a Friday, and we host them at 1 o'clock. So that's the live class, but don't worry, because if you can't make the live, we always record it and we'll send it out to everyone afterwards so you can rewatch it too.
Oh, perfect. Well, thank you, Kaylee. This has been very informative and a lot of fun, and we just love having you with us.
Oh, well, thanks so much for having me, Audrey. I hope you guys have a great rest of the day.
We will. And Kaylee will be on Audrey Live sometime in April. So she'll have all sorts of things to show us again then. So perfect. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too. Bye.
Bye-bye. There's that wave again. So one lucky person is going to win that Stamping Buddy Pro from Nellie's Choice. And as I mentioned, we're going to be picking those winners from the segments from people that are commenting on them. But we will be notifying everybody at the end of the show, all the winners, and then connecting you up with the presenters. So next up, we have José Cloutier from Quebec City, Quebec, and she's representing Pinceau with us today. For the past 10 years, José is fully committed to painting by creating artwork on canvas, fabric, porcelain, or wood. All of it is published as patterns, and she teaches 6 to 8 art classes a week at Pinceau in Quebec City. Young adult, she undertakes study in fashion and had worked for 2 decades in the creation of clothing. No wonder you love painting clothing. At 8 years old, José learned to paint with oils and palette knives. She was always attracted to drawing and painting. Today, her style is truly diverse, but continues to be influenced by femininity and fashion characters. Hello, José.
Hello, Audrey.
So nice to have you with us again today.
Thank you for inviting us. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Perfect. Tell us a little bit about Pinceau. You're representing Pinceau today.
Yes, Pinceau, it's a big boutique in Quebec City. I will show in the video, you will see the outside of the building. But the last time when I did this design in the video, I show you the inside of the boutique.
Oh, there we are.
Okay. Thank you. But yeah, yes. So I have a lot of comments about the boutique, and it's a big boutique where you can find all the things that you need to do acrylics, oil paint, and everything to craft to and to do watercolor.
Perfect.
Wonderful. What you like.
Wonderful.
Yes.
And what are
and
you
can
showing
order on the website too. you can go at and we ship all over the Canada. Yes.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. That's great. And what are you going to show us today? What's in the video?
In the video, you will see how I did this pattern. It's a dress. Yes, it's a dress. It's mine. It's my background. So I usually design dresses, character, or it's what it goes my way.
Yeah.
And this time I call it tailor made for you. So
Perfect.
in the pocket pattern, you have the two dresses, and in the video, I show you how I did the blue one. So the pink one, it's the same technique, and in the pattern, you have all the picture for the two of them. So you can do it by yourself. It's an acrylic background, and I do the circle with this a sponge. You will see it, and the dress is made with glass stain paint.
Oh,
Yes, glass stain paint. So
perfect.
it's that's why it's very shiny. So I like it very much to work with this paints.
Perfect. Well, let's go to the video, and then afterwards we can come back and answer any questions we have.
Yes,
Perfect. Thank you.
thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Josée Cloutier. I'm an artist and a teacher at Pinceau in Quebec City. It's my second participation in the event Paint It Canada. I'm very happy for that. And the first time I had shown you this one, it was his name is Like a Queen. And I just want to thank Audrey for the invitation, and Carole and Bruno for giving me the chance to show you my newest pattern in English. This one, it's tailor-made for you. So I show you a short video of the techniques, and good viewing. Thank you.
I used two regular 8 by 24 inch canvas. The first step is to make two coats of titanium white from PBO with a 2 inches blue ice brush. It works very good with the high viscosity paint. After you do the tracing of the drawing, and I retrace all the lines with PBO's 0.7 millimeter deco marker acrylic pencil to keep my lines. On the palette, I put titanium white and I make two mixture in proportion of 1:1 of titanium white and raw umber, another with iridescent green blue and iridescent silver. Then I use the PBO drop shape sponge. I wet it and wring it out well. I start to make the bubbles of the background with the mixture of raw umber and titanium white. First, soak the damp sponge in the color and pat on the palette. Wipe the excess on a cloth and start to make circle in the top of the canvas. Going down to the bottom, the sponge quietly empties and gives you all kinds of intensity. You can recharge the sponge as you want, and as you can see, I press the sponge a little on the canvas and I turn to make a more precise pattern. After this first step, I cleaned the sponge well and reload with titanium white only to soften and bind the first patterns. And then it's your choice to decide if you want more beige or if you want to bind more. We can come back with the mixture and white until we are satisfied. The last step in the background is to add the iridescent mixture. The same way with the sponge, and you can still adjust to your taste by coming back with the white. Now we are going to make the lines of the drawing with the relief ring, the sans relief. To open it, we use the cap and it's ready to be used. It is a very interesting project for making texture and creating lines in a project. It is done in several colors, especially metallic, like different tones of gold, copper, white, black. For this project, I choose silver. It is important for the relief ring sans relief to hold the tube a little tilted to be sure to have a thick line that will be able to retain the more liquid paint of the stained glass in the next step. You can also add fine lines to create texture and folds in the garment. Then let it dry and apply 2 coats of spray satin varnish. We are at the stage of stained glass colors. These are oil colors. You need to provide a pot with odorless solvent to rinse the brush. I use 2 transparent colors. To stir them, place the pot upside down and simply roll between the ends. For the colors of prism, which are painting with honeycomb patterns, compatible with stained glass, they must be stirred with a stick, and we will also use the lightning medium and the glitter medium. I always work the stained glass paint with a dagger brush. I apply drops using the tip of my brush and I place all the color. As you can see, I drop the darkest color in the shadow area. This color, it's a smoky gray, and I put little drops. After that, I put cyan blue, a bigger drops. After that, you will see that I put on the surface, on the bodice, the lightning medium. You need to put enough paint to almost cover the surface. This way it will be easy to mix the colors well. After I drop all the color, I begin to integrating the smoky gray with the cyan blue. After that, I will wipe my brush and then gently integrate the cyan blue with the lightning medium. This way, I create the shadows and the lights. I do the whole bodice the same way. If the paint is overflowing a bit, you can just wipe it up with a Q-tips. It leaves no traces since we have varnished. For the small decoration of the center and the buckles of the straps, I put mini drops of fluorescent pink and fluorescent yellow prism, and some mixed with cyan blue and fluorescent yellow, so they become green. You can also put some on the freshly painted bodice around the center. The skirt is made in 3 sections to facilitate the work. At first, I applied drops of smoky gray for the shading under the bodice. Then cyan blue and glitter medium to brighten up. As the surfaces are large, you can also pour directly on the canvas from the bottle if you want. This section of the project is work thinner with brush. As you can see, it's thinner than the bodice to create the frayed finish at the bottom of the skirt. To add a bit of lines and create folds and texture, I decided to add some cyan blue around the section to create more depth in the skirt. While the section is freshly painted, it's time to add drops of prism. The first color is fluorescent pink that I simply take my dagger brush and drop drops with the tip of the dagger all over the section, the small, the bigger, as you like. After you did the fluorescent pink, you wipe the brush and then do the same with the fluorescent yellow that you can drop on the pink circles and next to them, and they will turn green mixing with cyan blue. The last step is to link the circles with the point of the dagger. I pass through the colored circle to add lines all around the skirt. And you do the same with the last section of the skirt. Hoping that you like this project, you can make the pink dress with the same methods. The 2 drawings are included in the pattern.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Some wonderful comments. Just
Yes.
gorgeous, lovely. I think everybody's very amazed at how that all came together. So, a couple
Yes.
of questions. Somebody was asking the marker that you used. What type of marker do you use?
The marker, oh yes, before I do the background, I do marker on the line. It's a deco marker from PBO.
Oh,
It's an
okay.
acrylic marker, so it's a big pen with a fine tip, but it's acrylic in it. So you are sure that until the end of the project, the marker will not go on up the picture, so it stays down. It's acrylic.
Oh, perfect,
Yes.
perfect.
You can find it on the site of Pencil as well. So it's a black one. It's a 0.7 millimeter, and it's black acrylic.
Oh, awesome.
And you can have it in many colors, but usually I use the black just so that I can see the design until the end. So
Yes.
I don't have to retrace the design. Yes.
That's a wonderful idea. There also, someone asked if the sponge applicator comes in different sizes.
No, it's the same. It's just one size, but I will show you. It's this one. It's made by PBO too, but it's you have a small hand and a big hand. So the more you push, the more the circle are big or less. So it may many size of circle on your canvas, and you can use the little one. So I didn't do in this one, but you can do the little too. So you have a mini circle on your design.
Awesome. Also, they're wondering, I think at the very beginning you had to outline in black before. So do you have to wait for that to dry before you put on the glass paint?
Yes, I'm not sure, but I just want to review the step.
Yeah.
I trace the design and I go on with the marker, the acrylic marker black. So I can do my white and round design on the color, acrylic color. After that, I put a coat of varnish on the acrylic to protect it. And after I do the stained glass on the varnish. Okay. And the little tube was San Relief. I don't know the name in English, but it's the little string that you goes around the design to keep the stained glass on the surface.
And I think that's what they mean. Does that have to dry before you do the glass effect, or you can just go?
Yes. But you can dry it with a hair dryer. It dries very fast, and it's acrylic base, the San Relief. So you can dry it with your hair dryer, and it's okay. It takes a few minutes and it's dry.
Oh, perfect.
So you can go on with the glass stain. The glass stain is an oil base. Someone asked it on the. So it's a oil base, so you have to have a solvent to dissolve the brush and to rinse it. But it's very easy to do. It's a very easy paint to do.
Perfect, perfect. And the door prize today that someone's going to win is the pattern pack from your design. Yes. So that's wonderful. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yes, and in the pocket you have the design on the cover. You have all the list of the material, and in the pocket you have a picture of all the steps for the two dresses and the design, the tracing for the design. And you can order all the product that you need on the pencil.
Perfect, perfect. Well, thank you so much for being with us, José. And I think everybody just loves the design. So thank you so much for your creativity.
Thank you. And someone asked that my pattern were not all in English. Yes, there's a few, but you can find it on the site. If you call a pattern in English, you will see all those that are in English. So those that I have here are in English, and there's some of others too.
Perfect, perfect.
And I try to do it in English soon.
You do very well with your English. So we're just
Yes.
so thankful that you're with us today. So
Yes, and I want to improve that so I can do video in English and maybe lives in English in the next month or a few.
Like I always said to Carol and Bruno, I said your English is much better than my French. So thank you.
Yes, I know that, but I can improve. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, bye bye.
Okay. Yep. Bye bye.
Bye.
She's always such a treat, Jose, and it's just beautiful. Like so many commented, the colors that she has are just amazing, and it's great to see all her designs. And yeah, she has a lot of them in English, and a couple other ones that she's still working on to move over. So Debbie says as well, yes, my French is very poor. Yes, Debbie, I know. I love to watch some of their videos, though. I mean, even Jose, when she has her French videos, I still watch her quite often because you can get the idea from watching what she's doing. So, so thank you, Jose, and thank you, Pinso, for being part of today. That was wonderful. And make sure you go to all the websites of all the different designers and presenters that are on today as well and support them. Our next presenter is Cindy Ohama. She's from Calgary, Alberta, and her business is Art with Cindy. 27 years ago, after attending her very first decorative painting class, Cindy's world was transformed by color. That life-altering moment propelled her to a career of painting, teaching, dreaming, and designing. She never would have guessed that picking up a brush would change her life as it has, and we are so glad that it did. Cindy's love of creating can only be matched by the love she has for her teaching as well. Regardless of the student's skill, it is Cindy's goal to ensure that with her assistance, each student will leave class with a beautiful piece of finished artwork. Recently, she's been able to spend time building a website, having a blast doing her step-by-step video classes, and working on new designs and packets. You can see her creativity everywhere, and you can find Cindy at artwithcindy.ca. Her door prize today is a one-year VIP membership to her website, and also gives members access to all her classes and 1 year of 20% off all her packets. So make sure that you comment and ask questions during her segment as well. So, well, let's get right to the video. She's going to demonstrate for us her Easter egg paint party. Back to you, Cindy.
Hey, I'm Cindy Ohama. Welcome to the shop. Today I'm going to show you a demo of how I use my colored pencils and how I blend them, and to do these guys in particular. But also I am going to show you how I added a little bit of pizzazz on these guys with the embossing powders. So super duper fun, super easy techniques, the colored pencil and the embossing. So let's get right to it. This is a lot of fun. I can't wait to show you. So I have the basic lines transferred on. So that's the outside lines. Anything you can draw freehand, don't transfer on, including all the little dots on the pattern, right? So now I've got a 01 micron Pigma pen. So this is archival ink, so it's not going to fade and it's not going to discolor. We don't have to worry about the color bleeding at all. And what you're going to do is just complete all the rest of the lines, or the lines that you've traced on. Now, I don't worry too much about going over exactly right over top of the line, because the thing is after I'm finished popping all these lines in, I can always go back and erase any lines that I missed, right? So once I have all these little basic lines in there, I do go back and I put the detail bits in, so the little bits of shading dots, and that's all shown on the pattern. Wow, cute. All right, so get all that inking done. So I've erased all the graphite lines that were remaining in case I didn't go right over top of them with my pen. I've also given this a couple light sprays of the Krylon Workable Fixative, and now I'm ready to go. And I have a goldenrod pencil, and I'm going to start with just blocking in. So blocking in is just, I hate to use the word, but coloring in an area. So you're just going to block in all of the little bunny bits. So just follow your color picture. And this doesn't have to be heavy, and I hold my pencil more along the side rather than straight up and down. Using the very point or the tip of the pencil, you end up getting a harder line kind of thing, right? I'm using the side of the pencil a little bit more, so I have a broader stroke. All right, so I have all of my bunny bits all blocked in, and I'm happy with that. So what I'm going to go in with is the burnt ochre, and I'm going to pop the shading in. So the nice thing about colored pencil is you don't need to put this in perfectly, and well, not with the style of colored pencil that I do. You don't have to worry about having the blend of color already, because I'm going to get my solvent to do that work for me. So on this particular pattern, there are all these little dots. The dots show you where the shading is for the most part. Now there's some shading areas that don't have dots on them as well. So I might bring this up the tummy a little bit more to round that. This first shading is the widest as well. There is also going to be some shading on this little foot here. There's no dots here, but I'm going to pop a little bit of shading there just to round it out and give it a little bit of interest. Otherwise, it's just one color blocked in. We want to have a little bit of shading in there to give it a little bit of oomph. So I'm just going to sketch that in real quick in all my shading areas. I'm pressing not too hard. I do want all of the rest of the colors to overlap, and when I'm working on a smooth paper like this, I can only get so many colors in and blend with it sticking. Eventually what happens is the pencil just won't stay on the paper anymore. There's just so much wax, and because the vehicle of this guy is wax, right? There's just so much wax that just another color will not stick on that, right? Because this paper doesn't have any tooth to it. If it did have tooth, I'd be able to layer a heck of a lot more. So, but I'm not able to with this because I want to get the really smooth and creamy look. I have to make concessions. So I like this smooth and creamy look because it looks more painterly. That's all. And for these guys, it really looks nice when they're creamy rather than sketchy. I have a small stomp, like a number 2 stomp or quarter inch stomp, and I have a paddle as well. So this is to keep your stomps clean. How you use that is just by holding the stomp more parallel to your paddle rather than straight up and down, and you're just going to twirl the stomp in between your fingers and run this up and down the stomp until you get all sides clean and it still has a point to it. If it doesn't have a point, likely it's just because you were holding it straight up and down when you were cleaning it and then it gets a little blunt end to it. So what I'm going to do, I have all my shading areas in there. I'm just going to tip into the solvent. Just once is good. You don't need a ton of it. I'm going to hold this so that I'm using the side of the stomp rather than the very tip. And I'm just going to go around in little circles to blend this color. So I'm starting in the lighter areas, working towards the shading area. Just little circles. And that's blended. See the difference between this and this? Very easy. I don't have a lot of pressure on my stomp as well. This blends really easily. It should not hurt your hands. Blends super fast. Just keep turning your stomp so that you're using a clean part of it. Once the color stops moving or is not blending anymore, you'll want to add more solvent. I'm still good. But before you add the solvent, just quickly clean your stomp again, just in case that's why your color is not blending. Because a lot of times it's just that the wax and the pigment has built up on your stomp. And it just needs a quick cleaning. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and blend all of those little shading areas. So I have in my first layer shading with the burnt ochre, and now I'm going to go in with terracotta. And I'm going to deepen the shading. So I'm just going to pop this color in all the same shading areas that I put the burnt ochre in. I'm just going to put it in a little bit thinner maybe skip the odd little area, but for the most part, I'm going over the same areas. So this color is to enhance that first shading, not to take it over. So you don't want to put this in a lot wider than the first color went, right? Otherwise, you're just eliminating that work that you did the first time. Now that that's all in there, I'm going to take my number 2 Stomp into the solvent. And actually it's a little bit dirty, so I'm just going to give it a quick cleaning. And then I'm going to blend that again, just lightly. Huge difference between blended and not blended. Taking a look at those two ears. And the color just pops a little bit more with this second layer of shading. All right, the deepest bit of shading is done using black raspberry. And this is done in the V's of the shading. So in my pattern packs, a lot of times, or the instruction sets, I will say to put this color, whatever color, in the V's of the shading. What that means is if you look at any of the areas that you've already shaded in, if there is a shape of a V, fill that in with this color. Okay, so that's just the deepest bit of shading. Now, that doesn't have to be the only area that you put that in. You can put this anywhere that you feel you need just a little more oomph, a little deeper shading, or you need more separation between parts. I'm going to put some underneath his hand here because I feel like his hand wasn't separated enough from the rest of his body. So that just pushes back his arm a little bit more. Okay, so that's good, and then you're going to go back in with your number 2 Stomp. Just going to make sure that's clean. Now I'm not going to add any solvent to that. I find after a few layers of pencil with the smooth bristle, if I have a lot of solvent on my Stomp at this point, what will happen is the colors will lift. So instead of just blending, it'll kind of eat away some of the pigment. So at this point, I want to have it fairly dry. There's probably going to be some leftover solvent in there from working with the rest of the colors before I got to this one, but I'm not going to add any more to my Stomp. If anything, you're finding that the color just is not blending, just clean your Stomp on your paddle. That last shading is really important. See the difference between where we had it before and then that last shading, pushing back those corners. So cute. All right, the last little thing I'm going to do to this guy is, well, almost last thing. I'm going to take a little bit of pink. I'm going to throw that in his ears, a wee bit in his cheek area. I'm going to take my Stomp again, and that's got to be clean. And I'm just going to blend that, little circles again, so that he's just got nice little blush cheeks. I'm also going to take black, really crazy heavy. So hard, 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 hard. I'm going to block in all of the little toes and his eyes and nose. So I've gone ahead and done all the rest of the colors, the hat and the eggs there. I've done exactly the same way as the bunny, so blocking in, shading, blending, etc. And now I'm going to go and finish off his little feeties and his nose. So I blocked those in super duper heavy with the black, and I'm going to take an electric eraser. If you haven't got an electric eraser, you can use just a white pencil as well instead. But all I'm doing is just buzzing back the little highlights out of each of the little toes. And then a little one on his nose here. Oh, it's so cute. You can also do his eyes. Little one in there. And then in the brush handle, one down the middle. There we go, that's a highlight. So if you find that they're just a little bit too bright, you can always take your stomp and just blend them a little bit, but I think those are pretty good. I'm happy with that. So those, that guy is totally done now. We just have the shading on the ground. So I just wanted to show you this because I want to remind you when you're grounding that you want to keep the end of each of your little shading areas here. You don't want to turn them down, like arch them. Keep them fairly straight and parallel to the bottom of your paper, right? That way he doesn't look like he's fallen off a big cliff. Right? So I'm just gonna pop that in, take a clean stomp, and then just bebop over that with the solvent. Finish your strokes again parallel to the bottom of the paper so that again he doesn't end up having a bunch of hills that he's kind of sitting on there. And then I'm going to go in and just blend, or sorry, deepen with the green ochre. So I'm just going to pop this in a few areas of the ground to give a little bit darker of shading, a little bit of interest. Same thing, I'm just gonna hit that with a little bit of solvent. Now, the pencil part of that is complete. So now we'll go on to the embossing. All right, so I have all of my pencil bits all done on this piece and I'm ready to get the embossing done. So the embossing, just to show you, this is actually a really good example. This is on the matching piece of his, but I put this product all over the egg here, and you can see it's kind of a little bit glossy. It's smooth to the touch, but it has a little bit of texture to it, which is kind of fun as well. But I did put a bit on this one as well. So where the little dots are on the little egg, the stripes, the flower, and the background splattering. So embossing powders come in lots of metallic colors and stuff like that, which is really fun. I didn't use any of those today because I'm doing a little spring piece and I just wanted some light, bright kind of colors. But when you do run your hand over all of these, there is texture and you can actually see the texture looking at the piece as well. So it's a little bit fun, adds a little bit of oomph to the painting. So I want to show you, this is just a pile of a bunch of different colors that I have. You can play around with the colors that you have. You don't have to use what I did, of course, but you'll need to have those handy, and you'll need to have, I'm using a painting medium. You can use that, or you can use a gel medium, you can use varnish, anything to brush over so that this embossing powder can kind of stick. Also, I found this in my husband's garage, so I didn't have to go out and buy myself one. So you need a heat gun. That's going to come in really handy. So that you need, and a small little brush, and that's it. So I've got this beaten up little liner here, as you can see. And I'm going to start with maybe some of this. This is... let's go with the yellow. Again, this guy here with this egg. I'm going to use the yellow, have it ready to go. And I'm just going to put a coat of my painting medium just wherever I would like to have some of this embossing powder to kind of stick. So you don't need it crazy thick. You just need this to be wet so that you're able to sprinkle the product on there. And then you're going to tap this off. Now I have all of these powders on top of the paper. Let's get rid of those. There we go. So I'm just going to tap the powder off, and wherever the yellow stays, that's going to end up heating up and you're going to get a different texture. So this is not finished. This is giving us a really powdery kind of look, which is cool, but it's not what we're going for. So I'm going to go ahead and put a little bit more in for little stripes. Why not? Because they're fun. You can reuse the product, of course. Just tap it back into the package after you're done. Ooh, that's gonna be super duper cute. So what I like to do is do like little sections. Thing is, if I go and put some dark purple on this and it sprinkles over top of the yellow, the little purple bits will stay in the yellow. So if you don't mind that, that's totally good. But I want to have that yellow nice and clean. So what I am going to do though is I'm going to just stroke in. You're not going to be able to see the medium, but I'm going to stroke in. Well, maybe you will, depending on how glossy this shows up. But I'm stroking in kind of a little daisy-like shape. And then I'm going to sprinkle my embossing powder on there. And then just tap that off. There we go. So I'm going to let that dry, and I'm also going to dust off any little bits of powders that might be on the paper as well. I don't want them just to stick all over the place, so I'm going to let this dry. Be right back. Now I stay a little ways away just so it doesn't blow around my little bits of embossing powder. And this only takes a minute. You can even blow from behind as well. If you're working on paper, you can work on any surface with this. There, and I did the flower as well. There we go. So that cools quite quickly, and then you're able to go on to the next piece. I just like to do them in separate little bits. Now this will re-warm up as well, just so you know. But I find that I have a little bit more control over this if I do one little piece and then go on to the next. So I'm going to put a little center here because this is dry, right? It doesn't, as soon as it cools, it goes to a hard kind of texture. So I'm going to add a little bit of, oops, that's a lot of orange into that. They'll just pop that in there. And then on my little egg here, I'm going to take a little bit of the purple and I'm going to blob in a nice big drip. And then start some polka dots. He's just started painting this egg, so it's not completely finished yet. So, and like I said, you can use any colors. Have fun with this stuff. It's a blast. So this is from Emerald Creek. It's called, and it's in Okotoks. So, whoop. She makes the product right there. Going to tap that off onto there. There we go. Also, you can manipulate this. Like, as long as it's still wet, you can manipulate where that color is. So if I wanted to make this droplet a little skinnier there, that's cute. Up at the top, I can move that around a little bit. There. Maybe I'm going to make it a little skinnier. There. And then I'm going to let that dry before I go on to the next part. Now the background, this little bit here, these little bits here, those are done the same way, same product. But I'm just going to take my brush with the painting medium and I'm going to kind of spackle, just tap some of this. Whoop, there's a big blob. That's all right. If I wanted to, I could wipe that off, but I'm all right with it. So I'm just going to pick a few areas. I don't want it to look like snow, green snow, right? I just want it to add a little bit of color to the background. Why not, right? And I picked this fun green, nice and bright. I'm just gonna put that over the whole thing, sprinkle. I might get a little bit of this green on my purple and my orange, but it was a risk I was willing to take just to show you guys the demo. So I'm just going to tap that off and I'm going to let that dry. So it just adds a little bit of speckles to the background. So I'm going to let that dry and I'm going to show you what that looks like after we heat it up. Okay, so this is all dried, and I take a little brush just to dust off the little bits if I happen to go a little crazy and didn't tap it all off. Then I'm going to take my heat gun again, and I'm just going to heat from the back side. So I'm looking for that to start glossing over. And you'll see it kind of bubbles a little bit too. That's all good. So as this is heating up, I'll just tell you, in the instruction packet for these two pieces, you actually get both patterns in this. I do have the instructions to do the eggs without the embossing powder. Like the second piece has the egg completely purple. I do have the colors to just use the purple pencil if you don't want to use the embossing powder. So, and of course on the video, oh look at that, can you see that purple start to get nice and glossy? Oh, how fun. And then I need the center of the flower here. Oh, too cool. Sorry, the video also has everything step by step. So you can actually see the piece done, all the eggs, everything all done step by step. I just didn't have the time to do that in 20 minutes. So I hope you enjoyed that. That was a lot of fun for me. I hope you enjoyed it. And keep on painting. Have fun.
Thank you, Cindy. That was a lot of fun and a lot of information there, and really nice to see the spring design and getting ready for springtime and Easter. All of us are certainly waiting for the buds to bloom, so to speak. So, and yes, somebody will win the 1-year VIP membership. So check out Cindy's website. If you didn't win, you can certainly go on there, and there's some amazing products. It's www.artwithcindy.ca. And thank you, Cindy, so much for being on as well live and answering everybody's questions. It's so nice that you're with us here today as well. So. Next up, we have Kim Evans. She's from Okotoks, Alberta. And she's also the owner of Emerald Creek. Kim Evans loves making products for the craft industry. Most creations come from her passion, and most tips and tricks come from her mistakes. I think that happens to a lot of us. Emerald Creek manufactures rubber stamps, custom design embossing powders, and they carry unique metal, charm, and braids and craft supplies. Join her as we're going to show her video first, and she'll be showing us some egg stamping, blowing, and watercoloring of eggs. So let's take a look at the video.
Hi, it's Kim with Emerald Creek. I'm going to be teaching you how to do blown stamped eggs with watercolor. You can ink them, you can do whatever you want after the fact. This is just how to kind of get your images on. It's a great fun activity to do with your kids at home. And we are super excited to be able to demo this. This is going to be a one-shot. You may hear my dog bark. You may hear a swear word if I happen to explode egg all over my outfit. We're just going to go ahead with it and see how it all works out. So the biggest thing to do is before you blow the egg is when you have to stamp it, because you need the weight of the egg. I'm going to be switching my camera to the one that will show the side view. And then afterwards, I will come back this way and then we can look at it. The important thing while I'm doing all of this, what you're not going to watch is my face, but here's an example. I will be poking a hole through here. You have to make sure you break the skin of an egg on the inside. Same with the bottom, and I'll be able to show you how much bigger. But when you do it, you go from the little hole to the big hole, and you're just going to hold your egg and blow. And I'm going to save you the sake of watching me do that for about 1 minute to 2 minutes, because it's going to get really bad as my eyes go really purple. So I'm going to switch the camera view, and hopefully this works. Okay, this should work. So here we go. To start, actually, I'm going to take my ring off too, just in case. If you are going to attempt this at home, make sure you have water, paper towels, some things to be clean, a container to blow the egg into. Oh, but I'm getting ahead of myself. First, I'm going to take a couple of stamps to show you how to do the difference. How to rock and roll, because it's actually quite the technique, and I'm going to see if I can do it standing sideways so you can see my hand going back and forth as it rolls over. I'm going to start with a little stamp here. Got to remember which camera I'm looking at. And I'm just going to ink it up with Stays On. Any archival ink, anything that is water resistant, basically is what you're going to put your image down with. And you're going to take your egg and you're going to, this is my long side because I want the image. Here, let me turn for you. That way you can see. This is the way I'm going to put it down, and I'm going to rock and roll from the one edge back and forth. You cannot lift your egg. You can apply pressure unless you've already blown out the difference. But there you've got the image now stamped onto your egg, and you can paint it. So I usually tend to give it half a minute to dry. And I'm going to do a bit of a bigger image. Actually, I'm going to do 2 eggs for you. So on the other side, I'm going to repeat this because I want the same image. I like symmetrical things sometimes. I feel like this is one of those projects. So again, to watch this, you're going to start on one edge of the stamp, and then you're just going to use a little bit of pressure and rock back and forth while twisting your hand. I highly recommend a kill stamp or a kill egg. So they have some at the dollar store. You'll want to get the used to that rocking and rolling motion. This one here is a dollar store one. It's foam. You can get those and make them up. We are going to be giving away for Pinnock a whole kit that we're doing in March using those eggs, as well as re-showing this technique and making a graphic board. So stay tuned for that. So there's my egg, and it's going to dry. And while that one's drying, I'm just going to show you a bigger, if you have a big image like this, how you're going to do the same rock and roll technique. I want the big rose here, so I'm going to start over at this edge, and I'm just going to rock and roll gently. Feel like my egg is crunching, so I'm hopefully not making a big mess. Oh, and see, I skipped it. Not too bad though, I can still work with that. I just got nervous, and it must just be some kind of embossing powder grit, shocker. There'd be that on there. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same thing again. Oops, I wanna get this lower leaf this time because I think it'll look better. I'm gonna start it right at the edge of the other one and go back and forth, rolling slowly, twisting it in my fingers. Once you've got the hang of it, you tend to get more done perfectly. Nope, see there, that one's even better. For that big stamp to go onto that misshapen egg. Okay, now comes the blowing part. Very simple. You're gonna want a couple of tools. Some people use pins, knitting needles and stuff. I found, oddly enough, that the screwdriver for glasses was actually a great hole starter for me because it was strong enough to withstand. So you start at the top, you just poke a little hole, and you're just gonna very carefully put it in. You don't wanna push too hard and break through the egg. That's kind of why I've got 2 eggs here, just in case I make a mistake. And then I have a really big barbecue skewer that I'm going to use just to help widen my hole at the bottom. And the reason, you can use anything, this was just handy. The reason I'm going to use this, I got to go very slowly and gently because you don't want to accidentally poke through and smash your egg. Oop, and it's oozing out on my hand. Gross. Whoa. All right. I think no one died from a raw egg. I just might have a tummy ache. Okay, so I'm gonna blow, and this part you don't get to really watch. I'm gonna bring it closer to my face. I gotta, ugh. Mine came back at, ugh. I'm gonna use a brad. I don't think the bottom shell or the bottom skin had poked in enough. There we go. Oh, and look at Lisa. She's watching me do this, probably gagging at the same time. And as I'm doing this, it's making me think. So my egg is getting less filled, so it's more fragile. That's why it takes so long to blow them out, because you have to change the pressure only in your cheeks. You can't squeeze the egg more. Ugh. One more time. Out of breath. Oh, one more time. Wow, this one is a tough egg. Yeah, I can't help but laugh for that one. Oh, come on. Oh, I've got my lipstick on. Don't do it with lipstick. Other note, I didn't think of that. Did I get it? Nope. Man, this egg is being a pain in my butt. Okay, just made my hole a little bit bigger. It's important to get all the goop out, just in case you're wondering why I care, because otherwise you get a stinky egg when it comes to Easter time. No one wants that rotten egg smell. Ooh, and that's exactly the push that I didn't want to do, but we'll just go with it. All right. Yay. And this part will now be at the back. Simple. So now you've got your egg emptied and cleaned. Whew. Maybe you're feeling a little lightheaded or your cheeks have exploded. And all you're gonna do is take some watercolor paint and add some color to your egg. I'm going to do my morning glories with some pink, but my brush was a little bit dirtier. I'm sure if Deb and Tracy are watching, they're going to be peeing themselves laughing at my skill set. So I'm just going to add a bit of pink into the shaded areas. I'm going to go with a bit of green, just dab it on, just watercolor in. And I am not a professional painter. The professionals are going to laugh and the crafters are going to be like, oh, that looks just fine. Anyway, so as we're doing it, we're just adding a hint of color to all the open areas here. And I'm going to take some blue. And if you're curious what I'm using right now, we have our own line of watercolor paints that are fragrant. So I'm using blueberry, lemongrass, and rose bouquets. Just so you know, they do not, you do not have to have them. And I would not highly recommend mixing all the fragrances we have. You'll want to use one or two with your projects, because I mix blueberry and coffee, the brewed mornings, and that is a terrible scent to be together on a project. And the aroma is just enough that it will linger. So don't ever give that to your friend. Blueberry coffee, not my favorite. So as we go, sorry, I'm gonna turn my hand again to the camera a little better. Sorry about that. I'm just gonna add in, and I'll come back with some water and just kind of push it around my egg. And this is just super simple, something you can do with kids. You can put any graphics and images on them. We have lots of stamps. I find for those of us who are less skilled at the drawing, that this is a great way to get going on the fun part of making paint messes. So there you go. That is a blown egg. Now, what I've done here on this one, so here's a fun one for kids, just so you can get an idea of how we took it. It was a long stamp and we just rolled it. All we did was add the hot glue gun, which I think maybe, oh yeah, it's still there. Okay, good. Okay, let me put my egg down so I don't break it trying this. I have a beautiful stand for my glue gun. So I just took this, ran a ring on it. Glue. Oops. Apparently I didn't get all the egg. My cheeks gave out before my cleaning skills did. Because of that, I don't want to stick it in my gemstone, so I'm just going to put some gems down. And I'm just going to take this and I'm going to rock that glue through there and create a very Eastery base using the gemstones, and it will help prop your egg upright. Except I just smashed a piece off. Took too long to put the stones down. You don't want to fill the bottom, because if you put anything there, it'll become rocky again. But this way, it creates a base that will then hold up your egg. So you can put it on display, put them in the gardens, do anything like that. But that is your simplistic version of an Easter egg ready to hide or play with or decorate. Very simple. Again, I mentioned our class kit is going up for sale this week as well. We have 25 of them. They are shipping out next week. Stay tuned for the board, but it is also a prize pack. So one person here will get the class and the kit completely free of charge. The class is going to be free, so you can bring your own eggs and learn the technique. Or you can buy the kit, which will also show the wall board. You'll get a piece of watercolor paper, some of the watercolor paints. You'll be able to choose one of Cindy Ohama's new stamps that are out. I should have brought them here for this part, but I didn't. Very cute Easter stamp. She just taught you right before me, so I'm sure some of you have seen them and are excited. And those are shipping in these kits as well. You just have to pick which stamp you want. Anyway, I'm going to switch back views to my face and just say, I hope you really had fun with this. I hope you enjoyed the fact that not everything came off perfectly, because that's just life and that's how it works. And we just go forward, never quitting and never really tossing anything out. We just repurpose it for something different or find a way to cover it. This will probably get gemstones put over top of it. Hope you all have a great day. Thanks for tuning in to Audrey, and good luck to whomever wins. I really look forward to seeing you in 3 weeks at the Easter crafting kit class. So take care, everyone.
Hi, Kim. That was incredible. Oh, we're not hearing you. You have to turn on your audio.
Can you hear me now?
There we are. Yes, I hear you now.
It must have just been from watching the video. It didn't switch over. Anyway, so hi, everyone.
Hi,
thanks
Kim. And where are you, Kim?
I'm currently at the hospital. This is my life. This is what I go through. This is the joy of not having walked since December. So I kind of had that sneaking suspicion that because I had plans today, something wouldn't go right. So that's what happened. You know, still walking. I have a couple more weeks in the boot, but other than that, I don't have to come back here for a year. So I'm pretty excited about that.
So tell everybody briefly what happened.
COVID hit everybody. And I was a genius parent. I have a big yard and I wanted to build an ice rink for my kids so that while COVID was happening, we'd have a winter activity and Christmas. And I had all these trees that I was picking up to build this beautiful outdoor scene. And I put the tarp down to flood and I slipped on it and broke my ankle, front and back, instead of like on the sides like normal people would. And
because it happened to stay together, they didn't want to actually cast it properly because they were afraid they'd bump it out of place. So they just booted me, and I had to sit for 7 weeks with my foot elevated, just letting it fuse. So I'm out of shape. I'm behind on work. I'm smiling because it's coming to an end. There's always an end with things like this. And, I survived it just like everything else. So, yeah, pretty excited there. And we're into classes, and we're into spring and into new. And so watching Cindy right before me was so exciting. And I saw ecstasy earlier. And I really am excited to be a part of things that are not around a broken foot. But thanks to everyone for taking me as I am in the out of order fashion that happened this time.
No problem at all. No problem at all. I know a lot of people are mentioning that you were very brave to do the egg thing.
Yeah, so it's actually really easy to do, although that video did not depict that. Right after, the one I did after, took under 30 seconds to poke the holes and blow the egg out, and it came out really fast and I was done. But, that's the way of video. I did see a comment from Sue, and just so Sue knows what I'm going to do go follow me on Emerald Creek. And what I'll do is I'll grab a picture of my egg and post it up there for you. So for my wedding gift, my grandmother, my husband's grandmother, gave us an ostrich egg, and she had had it made. It's cut open with a hinge window or a hinge door and a picture of us inside, and it's all glue and beaded. Oh. So that's where my first introduction to just what you could do with an egg came, because it's intense. So I will definitely post that up and show people what an egg can do. And an ostrich egg is beautiful for that kind of stuff.
Perfect. So any tips on when you did that? Does it matter if you do it a certain way? Like you said, the one time it took too long, another time 30 seconds, it doesn't matter? Or is it just the egg?
It was purely the egg.
Yeah.
I would say you maybe use a toothpick just to make sure you really break that yolk, because that one yolk was just a tougher skin on it.
Yeah.
It's when you crack it, when you're peeling an egg from hard boiling, there's always that white film. Well, that can sometimes be causing the problem, which is why I went back with the pin and tried to open that up. But my yolk ended up being really firm. It would not have popped. You would not have screwed up a fried egg with that one.
I know a lot of people are saying they think they're just going to use a styrofoam or a wood egg.
Yes. The beauty is with kids, it's just fun to do. It's like an extra craft, and they love blowing out the egg as well. But yes, I went in our kit class, the kit that we've donated for your prize pack. We also use the ones from the dollar store. We get some watercolor versions, and so they're in egg crate. We're giving away 6 of those, so you can practice that rock and roll technique, and you don't have to worry if you screwed up, you toss it. Once you do it on a real egg, you're stuck with that real egg, no matter what it looked like. So there's a lot of benefit to the fake ones. And then the wood ones, you can actually heat emboss and do all of that on it as well. But we were super excited because we got to incorporate Cindy's new stamps that she had made, those super cute ones she was coloring just now, painting. We just love them. They are so hot. And I can tell you from the moment I told people they were on sale today, we've already started selling them. So good job, Cindy. I'm super excited to work with them. They're going to be great for Copic colorers. They're going to be great for artists. They're great for me. I just have fun with everything.
Perfect. Yeah, I see some people say scents added to paint, another reason to paint all day. So how many scents are there again?
Right now we have 6. We have another 6 coming out. I guess it's in 2 weeks. Wow. How did March get here? I know, being broken footed, like I'm in this time warp, but yeah. So in 2 weeks, the week of the 15th is when they launch the next 6, and they're going to be our summer fragrances and summer colors. And then in June, we're wrapping up the collection with another 6, and those are going to be our holiday scents and the holiday colors. And we have shimmer paints. We have shimmer watercolors that we make. They are a heat set technique. So you can actually go over top of them once you've heat set them with another color of watercolor and not create a mud and not move them around. So once they're in place the way you've got it.
Yeah. I think that's great. I mean, I've painted eggs before, and I'll tell you, to try to trace a pattern onto an egg is nearly impossible. So when I saw that roly thing you were doing, I'm like, oh, it's like that light bulb went out. So yes, I can paint eggs again, and I don't have to put the pattern on. I can just stamp
Yeah.
it on.
Well, and it's super easy to do it if you leave your stamp on the ground. You can't do it the other way because for whatever reason, our hand with its lumps will not curve the stamp properly to an egg.
Yeah.
Where when you rock and roll, you can get the whole image across. So it just takes a couple practices and then you have it.
Perfect, perfect. Another person asked, and maybe you don't know, white eggs, brown eggs, are one easier than the other?
Nope, they're all
No,
the same.
all the
Eggs
same.
are eggs.
Eggs
Just
are
make
eggs.
sure you do the stamping part while they're full, or else you'll just shatter them because they are really weak once that yolk and egg is out of it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Kim, and hopefully that foot of yours is getting better. And
It is.
yeah.
All smiles here. All smiles.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being with us today and sharing all your information. And yes, somebody will win a class kit for this project, the Stamping Easter Eggs, and that'll be exciting. We'll let you know after the show who the winners are.
Awesome. Thank you,
Okay,
everyone.
take
Have
care,
a wonderful
Kim.
day. Thanks, Audrey.
Okie doke. Yep. Bye-bye. That's somebody who's a go-getter. Like here she is, and she was supposed to be live, and yesterday she kind of knew possibly that something would be up, that she had her appointment this morning, but she'd be potentially late, so she did her video, sent it in, but here she is, still from the hospital, getting on live. So thank you so much, Kim, for being part of the show, and it doesn't matter where you are, you're just always smiling and a joy to have on the show. So our next presenter, excuse me, is Natasha Wattier from Chambly, Quebec. Natasha's profession is a designer, but her life brought her in a fantastic journey, and she became an art and craft designer and educator. She has been immersed in the world of design and creation for almost 32 years now. She has created different magazines and books, been on television shows, and taught decorative painting and furniture makeovers for over 16 years. Now she works mainly with social networks as an influencer and a blogger to continue sharing her passion with you. And she has the pleasure of presenting her new line as well. And she's representing Demco, who is based in Saint-Hubert on the south shore of Montreal. And they have continued to offer high quality art products at affordable prices for the North American market for over 50 years. They manufacture a wide variety of quality paints, mediums, varnishes, adhesive, and also sets. Today, Natasha will be demonstrating a treasure box for a baby souvenir. So enjoy.
Welcome to all of you. I'm really happy to do Pin It again. And today we're going to talk about my products. And I know the last time, a couple of months ago, I did a video with my new line of products, and a lot of questions were asked, and some tried it and wrote me. So today we're gonna glue some fabric on a treasure box, because I had the idea of doing a treasure box for my grandkid, so my little Noah. And I wanted to keep all his treasures in there, like first boots and first, little, things that he was playing with when he was a baby, and you know what I mean, like a treasure box. So it's really easy to do, and I thought that together we could do that. So we're going to start right now, and I think you're going to like the fabric that I choose. And so if you feel like you're taking any kind of fabric you have at home, you will be doing it with whatever you want. It could even be tissue paper. It could even be paper. So whatever you want to put on there, it's you're deciding, and it's your idea. So today I'm working with the fabric that I fell in love with a couple of months ago, and I wanted to show you. So let's start. So today what we're gonna do is this beautiful box. I already painted with acrylic, and it's really easy. You could take whatever paint you want to put. It could be like a chalk-based paint. It could be an acrylic paint. Which you have home is perfect. So what I did is I've put two coats of this acrylic paint, a gray, light gray, and I let dry between all the applications. And once it's all dry, I'm not putting anything else on there. I'm just gonna do the rest of my techniques on there. So I had this box for a long time, and I had the chance to do something with it, so I said, why not this beautiful treasure box? So if I have a little, let me take this off. Okay, so first of all, this is my fabric that I found. It's so nice. I bought it at Club Tissu. We have a store here in Quebec that I really love, and looks it's little moons, so it's really cute with faces. So it's really nice, and there's like little words like dream, believe, love, and I really like that one too. And it's like a theme, you know. And so I bought this one too with the moon on top, and there's like little animals, and it's really beautiful. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut in there and put it on the top of the box. But first of all, before we do all of this, we're gonna start by putting the medium. So my medium is a découpage medium that you put before on the surface, and you let dry, and then you're able to put the tissue or the fabric or even your paper, and you're gonna glue it with an iron. So it's really simple. Don't worry. That's the thing that's really fun with that. Let me see. Okay. So this is my découpage medium. The first thing you're going to do, once it's painted, you could even put it on a piece that's not painted. The only thing that's really important that you have to know is that when you put the medium on there, if you have a tissue paper that's very, very light, like white or beige, a creamy look, the thing is, if you have the wood in between, like before, I mean the wood on the base, if your tissue paper is very, very light, you're going to see the wood between. So it's very important to choose like the same color of your base of the tissue paper. If it's a paper, that's not a problem, because normally there's a lot of colors on there, so you're not, you know, you won't be worrying on seeing the base of the piece. But if it's tissue paper, it's so light and thin that you could see the color. So that's important to know. The thing that I suggest to you is to put the same color as your base color of your tissue paper on there. So if you do that, you won't have any problems. The another thing that's really, I think it's glued. I'm just getting sort. I mean, I use so much that sometimes the lid stays glued there. So you just take a scissor and it's really easy to open after. So, oops. There it is. So another thing that's really important to know is when you have a piece, when you're going to apply the medium on there, don't put texture. So what I mean by texture, with your brush, don't go like this and just go on the same side, like all right, and you know, like that. If you have like a tissue paper that's very light, you won't see the texture under, because you don't forget that this is like a glue. So like if you put a glue under a piece and you glue something over it, if it's very, very transparent, you're gonna see under the glue. But if it's paper that's opaque, that's not gonna be a problem. But if it's like light, thin, and it's transparent, be sure to don't put texture. With the fabric, you won't have any problem if there's a little bit of texture, unless you have a white fabric. If it's very white, well, be careful, okay? So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna put some, I'm gonna put my video for my hands. It's gonna be even easier this way, so you're gonna really see everything. I think in French when I speak in English, so sometimes that's so funny, but you know, I'm starting to be a little bit, it's easier now. So I take the découpage medium and I put it on my surface where I want to put the fabric. If there's a place that I'm not putting any fabric, don't put the glue for the medium on there, okay? It's only where you're gonna put the fabric. So you put an even coat, and it's very important to be sure that there's everywhere you want to put the fabric, or else when you're gonna try to glue this with the iron, it won't stick. So it's really important. Whoop, there's a little. it's very important to put it all over. So it's really easy. There's nothing hard there. The medium is transparent. If you're putting a fabric that's very thick, I suggest to you to put 2 coats of this medium. You let dry between each of the coats. So if it's only like a light fabric like I'm using today, it's not you're not obligated to put like 2 coats. Just 1 is enough, okay? The only thing that's very important is to be sure that there's glue, the medium I mean, all over where you want to put the fabric. So there it is. And don't worry if you have a little bit of the medium that's going on the side that's painted. That's not even a problem, because when you're going to put your varnish, you won't see it anymore. So it's not a big deal. So don't worry about that. Okay, so I missed a little spot here. So very important. Check on with the lights to be sure that you have it all over the place. Turn your piece and look to be sure that's all there. And if, you know, sometimes it happens on the sides that we put less. So if it happens, you could put more under and let it dry and then iron again if it happens. So don't be worried about that. Okay, so now we're gonna let dry this piece. And the other place where I want to put some fabric, it's gonna be on the sides here. All the side here I want to put a fabric too. So I'm gonna put some here too. Same thing, okay? I'm gonna put the one that's written like dream, love, believe. So all over there. And now we're letting dry for about, it's between 30 minutes to an hour. It's not that much. And even if it's not, I mean, if it's like when you touch the surface and it's a little bit like humid, don't worry, it's gonna glue perfectly. So you don't, if it's wet, don't do it. But if it's like a little bit humid, it's okay. So I'm doing all the side. You could even put it inside the box if you want to. So here I go, like this. And we're gonna let dry. It's not that much. I'm gonna do the other side. And the thing that's really nice in my line of products, I have 4 different mediums. So I have the découpage medium. I have the matte varnish. The matte varnish, we use it for selling, like sealer, not selling, sealer. So I use it like a sealer, I mean. So the matte varnish is used more for sealer, and I have the varnish for the, when we're finishing the piece and you want to varnish. But my varnish is glossy. So if you want something that's more satin or really matte, you could use my matte varnish. But satin varnish, I don't have it yet. But it's in the process, so it will come. Okay, so let's try all of this, and in about 30 minutes to an hour, I will come back on the video and show you how to glue this in an instant. You're really gonna love it. And the thing that's really nice, it's really perfect. So it doesn't do any texture, and it glues so perfectly that you could even put this on canvas. So if you want to do a big canvas and paint all over the canvas, and you want to put fabric on there before, or even paper or tissue paper, that's why I created this product, because I wanted to paint my pieces with it. So just before I make you wait for this, I'm going to show you a couple of things that I did. So this is one of my tissue paper on my collection, and I did this piece that I've put some pieces in there and risen over. So, and it's glued before with the iron on there. So this is one of them. Another piece that I did, I painted a rose and I've glued this fabric on my canvas. And if you look, it's really resistant. So, and there's no texture. It's very beautiful. And the thing that's really nice, it's you could do whatever you want. You paint on this, it's great. Surface is going to be so, no texture, no nothing. It's going to be so nice to paint. You're going to love it. The thing that's really important when you want to paint over your fabric once it's glued, you have to put, like I said, a sealer. But the sealer that you're gonna put, it's my matte varnish. So my matte varnish is used for a sealer, and you're gonna seal all your pieces with it before you paint anything else over. You could even put some, if you have like a big canvas, if you want to put a lot of paint on there and the paint is like very wet, you're gonna put 2 coats of the sealer, that's the matte varnish, and wait between the 2 applications of the varnish, and then you go and paint whatever you want. You're good to go. So it's really fun. So this is another fabric that I've put on canvas, and this is tissue paper that I've put on there. And if you look very closely, I will show you. Here, if you look very closely, you'll see it's perfect. There's no texture. The paper doesn't do any texture on there, and it's perfect. So it's really nice. Same thing for the fabric. Look at the fabric. It's so beautiful. So, and if you want to have this kind of texture and be able to paint, you put my matte varnish before painting any creation on there. Okay? Wondering if I'm going to put a little bit of I like this. Okay, so just be sure, and don't worry if you have like if your fabric is like it's not straight, because when you're going to iron it, it's going to be straightening really fast, so it's not a problem. Okay, the second thing you have to have is parchment paper, because you don't want to burn the fabric or the tissue or even the paper that you're going to use. So we're going to put this over the fabric. Like this. And then we're going to iron. A hot iron, it's perfect. Okay. So, I'm ironing. So, you go from here and then you go over there. If you have a long piece or a big piece, you start in the middle, and then you do all the right side and then the left side. Because if you use like tissue paper or paper, if you go all over the place like this, it's gonna be you're gonna have texture. You're gonna have like some paper that's gonna be all I don't know how to say that in English. Like it won't be beautiful. That's for sure. So. Wrinkle, that's it. Wrinkle. If I'm looking for the word, but if you won't have any wrinkles on the piece. So it's important to start at the beginning, and then you go and iron it, and you'll see it's gonna glue there, and you won't have any wrinkles. Okay. And don't worry for the paint that's under there. If it's dry for a couple of days or even a lot of hours, it's going to be perfect then. Okay. And look to be sure that everything is perfect and really glued on the piece before stopping. So it's a couple of minutes. Be sure it's glued on the sides, because when you're going to cut, you want to be sure that it's really gonna be staying on the piece, on the wood piece. Oh, it's almost finished. You can see it's gonna really be nice. And you're gonna be able to varnish this piece, so it's gonna be durable, and it's gonna be beautiful. You could even put resin if you want to over, if you like to varnish with resin. Okay. So I think it's ready. It's on the sides here. Okay. Well, this is perfect. Now it's done. Look, it's glued all over. Ta-da! Yay! But when still it's hot, you have to wait, because the thing that's important, if it's too hot and you try to cut it, it's going to be hard to cut. So you wait a little bit, and when it's cold, or even like a temperature piece, temperature, I mean, of your I mean, it's not hot anymore. That's what I wanted to say. You're going to be okay to cut your fabric. Okay, we're going to do the same thing on the sides. The thing that I did, because the side is really much, so we're going to wait there. I cut it. I've measured my size here, and I cut it to be sure that it's going to be perfect all around. So even you start by the beginning of, let me show you with my hands, it's going to be better. Okay, the thing that's important, let me show you here. Here, because we have a finished piece here, it's important to lay it like that. It's going to be straight. Okay, so put it straight, follow the line like this, and you iron. And if it's going longer here, we're going to be able to cut it afterwards here. It's going to be easier than here. So that's why I cut it the measure, almost the same measure. Okay, and don't cut it the same, because it's not going to be straight, because of the piece. Sometimes they're not straight. So we're going to do the same thing on the side here. I'm going to take off the excess of this thing. Okay, so then you could iron it like this. Be sure it's there. Okay. You could even cut your parchment paper to be sure to be straight. Okay. Oops, I'm going to put it the other way, down here. Okay. Then you go ahead. Okay, here you go. It's just a fine, hey, now it's going. So you hold with your hand the fabric, and then you follow the line where you want it to be cut, and it cuts really easy. Okay. Why? Because this part is glued and this one is not. So, and if there's little places at the end that you want to cut back, you could go back with the cutting knife and take it off. So what you could do is just take off the piece here. This way it's going to be easier. Okay, like this. And you go all over. And I just want to show you something. You have to follow this piece. Go a little bit on the side. Oops, there's excess here. So just to show you a little example here on the top, you see there's a little space that's not cut like I want. I have really good scissors here, so you could go on the edge and just cut the excess. I mean the excess, not the excess. Like this. And it's gonna cut perfectly. I love these scissors. It's the Kai company. They're really, really good. And I got those from Club Tissu. And then you could go and take off the little fibers with these scissors. If there's fibers that you don't like, at the edge. So you do this all over. It's really easy. It's just you have to take the time to do it. That's all. And then once I mean, then once it's finished, well, you're going to be able to put a varnish over this piece. So it's going to be really beautiful. So let's do this. Varnish after you varnish your piece. It could happen that you have little fibers like this that's going to be you know, showing, but go back with your scissors and take them off and you won't have any more. So once it's going to be varnished, you won't have that problem. Okay, so I'm almost finished. We're going to be able to varnish the top of it just to show you how I do it. And if I would paint on this piece, well, I won't do it, but if you would have done this and put like the name on top, or you have to put the matte varnish, the once you're finished, and the one of my collection, my matte varnish, this one. Let me show you the one I'm talking about. Okay, this is the top coat. And this is the matte varnish, okay? So you need to put one coat of this all over this piece if you want to put like a name painted on there, or if you want to paint something else over it. So you put this. This is like a sealer. This is the matte varnish that I was talking to you about. Or else you put the top coat varnish. This one is glossy, and you could put it all over. So that's what I'm going to do here. If you want to... If you don't want to put any glossy one because you like the fabric style and you want it to look like if it was made from fabric, well, use the matte one. That's all. You don't have to put the top coat one. That's okay. So don't worry for the excess of fibers, like I was saying. When you're going to be after you varnish and it's dry, you're going to be able to go back and it's going to be perfect. So here I have to do this, the sides of here, too, same thing. So taking my knife, my cutting knife, and I'm putting just on the side. I'm coming here. I'm going to show you like this. And I do the same thing all around. Okay, so then you take a brush. And you have the choice of varnishing your top with the matte or the glossy one. I'm going to put the matte one because I want to give it a look like the fabric is like on there and it's like a fabric piece. So if you put like this matte varnish or the top coat on paper or tissue paper, don't worry if it wrinkles a bit on top. Just let it dry this way. Don't try to take off the wrinkles, okay? Or the texture. Just give it one shot when you put your varnish. And don't go over and over and over again. So just put your varnish and let it dry. And it's normal if it wrinkles. Paper is going to do that. Tissue paper is going to do that. But normally fabric, not that much. So this is going to protect your fabric. So I'm letting this dry. I'm going to do the same thing on the sides. And when it's going to be finished, I'm going to take off all the little fibers that's there. And if you want, you could put a second coat of varnish just to be sure that it's going to be resistant. And that's easy. That's finished. I mean, afterwards, when I'm going to be really finished all of the piece, I'm going to add little garments like this all over. You could add buttons if you want to. Glue it with a glue gun. I will put it on here like, you know, a beautiful finishing touch. So whatever you want to add, if you've put the matte varnish, you could even paint and glue stuff. That's not a problem, and it's gonna be really beautiful. So like you can see, it's gonna be a nice box. And if you want to put a word over or whatever, it's your choice. So I hope you liked it. It's really easy. If you want to order the products, you could do it on my website at natashacreative.com. There's a way to click on the link, and then you're going to be able to go and buy the products. There's a box. It's a box with 4 products. You have the découpage medium. You have the matte varnish, the glaze. I have a glaze, so you could do a lot of faux finishes. And it's a neutral glaze, so you could put whatever you like, what paints, the colors you want to in there. And I have a top coat varnish that's glossy. So, and if you want to be, if you're interested, I mean, in seeing what I do with furniture, I put old papers and even fabric on my pieces. So go on my Instagram. It's Natasha Creative. And you will see a lot of things on there and on Pinterest too. So thank you so much, and hope to see you next time at Pin It. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Thank you, Natasha. That was wonderful. It's lots of amazing products and so many different things that we can do with it. And definitely check out Natasha's website and also all of her social media. Yes, she does a lot of her videos in French, but it's just amazing to sit back and watch her do her magic. And Demco's door prize for this event is a case that includes 10 assorted Art Pro paint brushes. So we will have a lucky winner for that as well. So thank you, Natasha, and thank you, Demco, for your support. Our next presenter is Diana Steer, and she's from Didsbury, Alberta. She's been a longtime supporter of the Coast to Coast shows, and in particular the Art Waves West show out there in Alberta. Diana is an artist in and lover of rural Alberta, capturing the world around her with oils and encaustic wax. Diana has taught workshops all across Canada from 2008 to, I would think now, you're still doing classes and workshops. She started working with epoxy in her husband's business on coating floors and countertops. While investigating the product they were using, and after talking to the distributor, you saw an opportunity, and that led you to start Dee's Epoxy Creates. Now you also have a Dee's Art Resin for creatives and pure epoxy flooring and countertop system. Hello, Diana. So nice to have you with us.
Thank you for having me again.
Perfect. So do you want to tell us a little bit more about the product that you have?
The company that I am distributing for is called pureepoxy.com. They've actually come out with a new product called Ice Epoxy, which is backwards.
No, it's forward for us. You're okay.
Is it forward for you? Good. But it does exactly the same thing as Dee's Art Resin, and it is for creatives, woodworkers. There's a casting for 1 to 4 inch thick pours. If you're embedding things, that sort of thing, doing river tables. And then there's the stuff that I used for the project that I'm going to be showing you today. And that's what the ice craft, and it's more of a surface, but crystal clear, great for jewelry making and for the 3D painting that we're doing today.
Oh, perfect. And your door prize today is a kit of the ice epoxy.
Yes,
Correct?
it is. So yes, you'll get to try it out too.
Okay, perfect. Well, let's show the video, and then we'll have you come back afterwards for some questions.
Great.
Hi, my name's Diana Steer, and today we're going to be doing a piece of wall art, 3D painting in resin. I've sanded the edges of my wooden canvas just to facilitate the resin pouring over the edge. And here we go. I've got the background done using metallic blue, copper, and a black. I also sprayed some spray paint on here, and I have a nice looking background for my painting. So I'm just sanding it up here to rough it up and allow some tooth for my acrylic painting on top. To contain the resin, you want to tape around the edges of the piece and keep all your resin in. So we're just going to rub down the edges here and make sure there's no place for the resin to get out. All right, so I'm doing a Northern Lights painting and I'm just putting some streaks of white in to get that Northern Lights effect. And I use just white and black acrylic paint at this stage, shades of gray, and I'm just putting in my moon and we'll build that up. And here we go with the mountains. Now, anyone who's painted with me before or knows me knows that I was trained as a Bob Ross landscape painter, and I use a lot of those techniques. And so we're just putting in our mountains and getting some highlight on them. Enjoy watching me paint for a little while here. And I just kept building up my colors and my grays. A little bit of white. So we're going to mix up some resin. We're using the ice epoxy product. It's a new product from Pure Epoxy that we're carrying in the store. It's a 1-to-1 mixture, so it's really easy to measure out. And a good 3 minutes of mixing, which I'm not going to subject you to, but you really want to scrape the sides and the bottom and get that stuff all mixed up. It's just, I'm not adding any color at this point. I did use my heat gun to reduce the number of bubbles that were in it. And I'm just going to set up my piece on a little stand. And once I pour the clear, you'll see me, I like to scrape every little bit out of that cup. And then I'll push it around to the edges and just make sure it's covered the entire piece. So at this point, I thought to use alcohol inks to make my colors for the Northern Lights. I've used the alcohol inks before in other projects and it's worked pretty nice. But I found that I really wasn't liking exactly the way this was turning out. And you'll see a little bit later on how this gets fixed. But you can see once the resin cured, it really wasn't doing exactly what I wanted it to. So because the blue and the red were so dark, it obscured my mountain and I had to repaint it in. So as you can see, I'm still continuing to use just the black and the white, making various grays, putting in my foothills here, and I'll do a little bit of my mid-ground just to prepare for the next layer of resin. You'll see in the next layer of resin that I actually use some dyes. All right, so there's my 3 cups. I've mixed up my resin. I'm just dividing it between them. And I'm using the ice epoxy dyes. And they're great. And what's this going to achieve for me is a nice transparent color that reflects on my mountains. So you can see I've got them poured out in the same order that I did the alcohol inks, but they're really nicely transparent so that you can see. And it's cured, and I'm back to adding another layer to my mountains, to my moon. You can see I've got some of my background trees are in there, and we'll just keep working up the layers. Getting brighter and brighter. Now these layers are going to start going a little bit faster. I'm not going to show you the resin that I put down in between them. You've already seen me mixing up enough resin. Now the ice epoxy that we're using in this project is an amazing product for woodworkers and creators. It gives you a crystal clear finish with very minimal effort. A little bit of using my heat gun took care of any bubbles that I saw. Now before I finish the last couple of layers, I wanted to take off the tape and clean up the edges. I found the tape really bonded to the resin, so I had to take it out to the belt sander outside and sand that up. I beveled the edge knowing that I was going to be doing some more resin pours on this. So now we're working on my foreground trees, a couple of evergreens in here. You'll see me highlighting them. And we'll just continue finishing off this painting. And up the other side, a nice leafy tree with no leaves. And we'll get that popped into there. And then at the end of this video, we'll do a reveal of how it turned out. Now the ice epoxy product, if you're interested in checking it out, you can get it across Canada. It was developed in Quebec, but there's lots of people in Ontario carrying it. If you're in Western Canada, you can certainly order it from me. My website is dsepoxycreates.com. please take a look and see the different projects that we're working on and things that we are doing. If you're in Eastern Canada, please take a look at iceepoxy.com or pureepoxy.com. It's where these products are coming from, and they're Canadian made, and I really would like to see you checking them out.
Well, that's beautiful, Diana. That's incredible. I love it. The colors
Thanks.
and the shine to it. That's quite the process.
Yes, it does take several layers. I think I did probably 6 or 7 layers of resin by the time I was done.
Wow. Just such the effect, though. Beautiful. Now, somebody was asking, is the epoxy food safe? Like, could they do it on a cheese and cracker tray or something like that?
Yes, the ice cast epoxy that we're carrying is food safe. It's FDA and CFDA approved. So yes, food safe, absolutely.
Perfect. Now you have the finished piece. You said you wanted to, let's see the reveal.
I do. I'm hoping we don't get too much glare.
Oh, wow. Beautiful. Oh,
So
very nice.
it really gives a lot of depth and to the piece, which is what I like.
Sure. Yeah, yeah. Now, Kathleen asks, how much time do you have to work with the resin before it cures?
I would pour a coat of resin on my finished layer of painting, and the next day, about 24 hours later, I would go back and apply my next layer of the painting, put my epoxy on. The next day I would come back. So it is a bit of a long process that you got to leave it cure 24 hours in between. But the finish is fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, for sure. Yeah, great product, food safe. What kind of paint were you using to do the painting?
I was using acrylic paint, little bit of deco art, patio paints, some tube paints, all acrylic.
So it doesn't really matter. It all works.
No, whatever I had in the pile.
And it's kind of neat that, even after you put the alcohol inks and stuff like that, or that you can still go back over and
yeah, I've used the alcohol inks before. They make for a nice transparent effect. It just didn't happen the way I wanted to with this. The dyes were definitely the way to go to get that transparency.
Yeah. And Sherry's wondering, can they purchase it in the U.S.? Is it available in the U.S.?
It is available in the U.S. It's available all across Canada. It's made in Quebec. It is a Canadian product. If you're in Eastern Canada, I don't ship to Eastern Canada right now. I'm just doing Western Canada. There are lots of places in Eastern Canada. Go to iceepoxy.com and they can hook you up.
Perfect. I'm sure they could find the links to any U.S. people that sell it as well, or
absolutely,
retailers.
yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for being on the show. This is awesome.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, some lucky person will win that ice epoxy kit, and they can get creating their own masterpieces.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me again.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
Yep. Bye-bye. Oh, sorry. That was great. There's always something new to learn, and I think that was a really neat process. I know a lot of people were commenting that they wanted to use the resins, but just were afraid to try it. So it's kind of nice to see the process and feel a little more comfortable working ahead and trying it out as well. Our next guest is Diane Egelwall from Renia. She is from Austin, Texas. She says she's an Army brat and grew up with a German mother who introduced her to the amazing paper and the art of making beautiful ornaments with it. This is traditional that most Germans learn. She's been making holiday stars for friends and family ever since. Hello, Diana. Or Diane. I just had Diana, so I have it.
That's okay.
I'm just going to grab some water here. My throat's a little... Oh. So nice for you to be here today.
I'm good.
Good.
Do you hear any kind of an echo?
No, we're
No.
good.
Okay, good.
You're
Good.
hearing an echo?
A little, but that's okay.
So tell us a little bit about Renia, so the product and the company.
Well, okay. So I'm sorry.
No, I just said tell us a little bit about Renia. You're going to show us some of the products.
All right. I am going to switch over because what I want to do is show you what this product is all about.
Perfect.
Okay. So what this is a double-sided foil paper. Let me see here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and tear this so that you can see the core. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. It's a core of paper with actual foil on both sides. And what makes this so great is that it will hold its shape no matter what you do. It will, I use this like I would cardstock. I have it all over my table, and you can use it for flat projects as well as three-dimensional. Three-dimensional is what I'm going to be showing you today. We are going to be making one of these lovely flowers, a hyacinth flower, which is part of the door prize, by the way. It's a die that comes that I have in the door prize. And but the paper itself, you can use it, you can punch it, die cut it. Let's see, you can use it on flat projects like cards and scrapbooking, but you can also use it in three-dimensional projects. And I'll have a star for you when we come back to me after the video that you're going to see, so I can show you what actually brought all this on and why I started how I started and why I started the business. So here I am.
Perfect.
And
did you want us to show Nadine's video first?
And we can go on from there.
Okay, perfect. So we will show Nadine's video, and she's going to demonstrate Easter cards for us.
I'm sorry?
We're going to show Nadine's video. Yes. Okay, perfect.
Hello, Nadine here, and today I'm going to show you how to do an iris fold using Renia foiled paper. So this is just an Easter one. These are different samples of variety packs that you can use from Renia's foiled paper. I am going to use the pastel one, which comes with lavender, turquoise, and jade. This is the 6x12 size. It also comes in 4x6 if you want to do smaller projects, but I'm going to use the 6x12. And then I'm also going to use a single sheet of the blush that didn't come into the pastel, but I needed 4 colors, so I decided to add that to it. And for the most part, I'm also going to go using the Starstruck paper, which has the starred texture on both sides. The first thing I did was take the 6x12 paper and I cut it into about 1-inch strips like that. And then after cutting the strips, I put all 4 together and I just cut them all at once. And then I cut them in half. So I ended up with a bunch of them at 6 inches like that. So then the next thing I did, I just went online and I Google searched for iris fold templates, and I found this Easter egg one. So there is all kinds of different ones. Like I said, just Google search for iris fold templates and you will get tons of different ones. And I thought this was a pretty easy one to show you how to do today. I went ahead and printed out 2 of them. So one of them I ended up cutting out like that, and then the other one I just kept cut it that way. The card that I made, you can do this on any size card. The card I actually did was 5.5 by 5.5. So the card front is 4 3/4 by 4 3/4, so it's just a little bit smaller. But like I said, you can do this on any size card that you want. This is just the one size that I picked. So it's going to go about there, but I want to do it on the back. Kind of center it, and then just taking a pencil, I'm going to trace right around it, and then I'm going to cut it out. Okay, now that I have it cut out, taking the opposite side of what I'm going to use, so I'm going to use, this is going to be my front of my card, so I want to use the back, the side that I traced on, align it up to the template, and then take some washi tape pieces and just tape it into place like that. And then I am going to use, whenever you print them out or when you find them online, lots of times they will have a cheat sheet or a guide of what to use. And because this particular one needed 4 colors, as I said, I used the pastel paper pack, and then I also added the blush into it. So for color A, I'm doing purple, which are all of these numbers. And then color B, I'm doing blue, these numbers. C is pink, those numbers. And then D, I'm doing green for all of these numbers. So you want to start out with 1. And then when you look at this, you can see 1 is right there, 2 is down here, then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm going to go into order. And 1, as it says here, starts with the purple color. So I'm going to take one of my strips and I'm just going to fold one side over about 1/4 inch. So you can see how I folded that. And then I'm going to lay that right down onto the 1. I don't need this long of a strip, so I am going to cut it down. And the shorter strips I will end up going back and using. And then using some masking or scotch tape. I take 2 little strips of this off and tape it right down to the back of the card. Like so. So you can see how I used the folded side is facing up towards me, and I went or laid it right along that line. So now I'm going to come down to 2, and 2 on my guide is pink. So I'm going to do the same thing with the pink. Fold about 1/4 inch up, like so. Lay it on there, and the folded edge always goes towards the center or right along the line that you're going with. So again, I'm going to cut it down, save that piece so I can use it later. Take 2 little pieces of tape again. So now I'm back onto 3, and 3 is purple again. As you can see I think you can see that right here on my guide. There is 3. Cut it down. And then tape it again. So now moving on to 4. 4 is in blue. So folding. Now 5 is using pink again, so I'm going to use one of the pieces I already cut on there, cut the excess off. Now 6 is using green. So I'm just going to keep doing this all the way around, following the numbers and using my guide until I get all the way down to the middle. Okay, now that I have it all done following the guide, I'm just going to carefully remove it and then also remove the washi tape. You can see that I have the iris going. Now I do have some overhang here, so I'm just going to take my scissors and just cut that off like that. And then there is it so far. Now taking my card front, which I said was 5.5 by 5.5, I'm just going to center this on here. And using a pencil, I'm just going to trace the iris. If you're good at getting in the center, you don't have to worry about tracing this, but for me, I just want to make sure I got it in there. And then I'm using just a scrap piece of the glossy gold, Renia foiled glossy gold. I'm just going to cut down, and I'm going to hear it right over the top of that. So for me, onto the back of the card, I just used some 3D tape that I added onto the back. So when I added it to the front of my card like that, that's what it ended up looking like. I did add a ribbon right here. You can see that the iris, because of how I did the 3D foam tape, is down into the center a little bit further. But this is actually a pretty easy card. It looks more difficult than what it is, and it's pretty quick to do. I mean, maybe a little bit of time consuming with the whole following the template, but overall it really did not take that long. There it is. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Wow, Diane, that was incredible. It was such an aha moment. I'm going to say it's kind of like that Oprah. Wow, because she was doing it. We're looking like, okay, so how is it going to look like the sample? And then when she turned it around, we're like, oh, that was really cool. Very neat. And I forgot to mention ahead of time about Nadine that she is your social media and marketing director. And she has been crafting for 20 years now with scrapbooking, handmade cards, mixed media, and altered art. Projects being her favorite thing to create, although she has done and loves everything crafty. She said she would say her style would best be described as eclectic with a mixed media twist. So it was great to have her demonstrating that Easter egg card for us. That was wonderful. Thank you, Nadine, and thank you, Diane.
I love working with Nadine. Nadine comes up with so many original ideas, and we've been working together for about 5 years now, and it's been great every minute of it. So.
Oh, good,
Yeah.
good.
So I wanted to go ahead and show you some of the stars that this is why I started the business. So my mom learned how to make these, like you said, she learned how to make these in school. And this is what got me started on this path of the business. And when I started learning how to make these, I realized as I was playing with it that you could make so much more with it. And that's what I was describing earlier when I tore the piece.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and switch cameras so that I can make a flower for you. This is the second die that we came up with, and I like to use dyes that are multi-purpose. And in this case, this flower dye, this hyacinth dye, can make things like this. And this guy here, this is a little a test for us. But what I really want to show you is this. All the little curly cues from the flower, the hyacinth flower, is how we made this. So let me go ahead and get started on this. You already know that the paper comes in 6 by 12, and you can actually make these much smaller and shorter if you want, but I usually use a 12-inch piece, about 2 inches in width. And the first thing I do is to make that stem there. And the way I do that is either a skewer or even a paintbrush. You just go ahead and start twisting this around it. You can put glue on here if you want. I usually wait till the end, but this is very simple, very easy. In fact, you don't even need the whole to use it the whole time, and you can stretch it out. You can make it as long and as skinny, you know, whatever kind of stem that you would like. You can use any kind of glue, although I would suggest to use a fast drying glue when you're working on 3-dimensional projects, because that way you don't have to hold it for too long. And all I'm doing there is putting a dot, and I'm just going to go ahead and twist it like this. And now this piece is done. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to the flower. Now I have, let's see, I'm going to do one that is in our marigold, and I'm going to do 2 layers like I have here. And actually this has 3 layers on it, and you can make these as loose or as tight as you want, and I'm going to show you that. I had some luck today doing like 2 or 3 of these at once, so let's see if I can still do it. But basically all you're doing is you're wrapping the paper around either a skewer or a pencil. And let me hold this up a little bit here. And you see how these all just stay? It's great. I'll even use a paintbrush here to show you. And you get a bigger curl right there if you use something that is thicker. You can make them uneven because in nature, nothing is perfect. And so that's, you can make them very tight coming down. On this one here, I did them kind of zigzag a little, but really any way that you want to do this is fine. And I'm going to curl the rest of these super fast. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to my stem, and this is where we start gluing these guys on. And I'm going to put just a dab up here on top. And I'm going to start, I think, with the glossy. And like I said, the glossy has the gold on one side and the color on the other, and our Starstruck has the same color on both sides. But you could do this all one color if you wanted to. It's really up to you. And I have a little tab that I created on the end of the die. So that way, that's what you can glue. Okay. Now I'm just going to start wrapping this around. And every once in a while, you can go ahead and drop another little bit of glue on there, just so that, there we go. Now you can make these tight and loose, or loose if you want. Let me show you that on this one here, she kept everything very tight. They almost look like curlers in your hair, you know, right there. And let me go back to this one. On the top, it has a hole. And so what I need to do is bring some of these in to cover that up. Okay. Now I'm going to go around with the second one. And I'm going to put the glue. There we go. And I'm going to start this one at the end of the first one. And a tiny bit more glue. And then I have a second die that comes in the set, and these are leaves, and that's what I have right here. And these are all the leaves on the bottom. You can use the Starstruck, the glossy, whatever colors, or I have two different greens, so whatever colors you want to use, you can put on there. And in this case, I have a pre-cut one that is glossy. We even made this little tab on the bottom of the leaf die, if you can see that little cut there. And that is so that you don't tear it or have problems when you're gluing these on at the bottom. Now I'm going to go ahead and bring a few of these down and leave some up. And there you have it. So mine came out loose this time. This one is a tighter one. You can see here that she actually stretched one of the loops out on this one, right there. So any way that you want to do this, I mean, the flowers, you know, you can make them all so different. It's so much fun to play with the paper and to be creative and to make this the way you want to make it. Originally, I have to tell you this quick story. We thought we came up with the flowers, and then we thought it would be great to put them on the end of a pen, because like when you go to the doctor's office, you know, you're writing, you pull out a pen and you sign. Now, none of us are doing that right now, you know, but that was the original idea when I sent these out. I thought it would be fun to have them on the end of a pen. So let's see. Did you want to, are there any questions for me at this point, or would you like to talk about the door prize?
Well, I have a couple of questions actually. First of all, someone was commenting. She said that she has been working with it. She says every time I try and wrap one of those points of the star around a pencil, I end up ripping the paper. What am I doing wrong? And that's Karen Wilson.
Okay, so okay, let me go ahead and switch so I can show you what I have going on here. This is not the sharp, here's a sharper one. So basically, I don't know how she's holding the pencil or where she's placing it on here. I do have videos online and I can connect with her personally, but there's also directions on the back of the die and on the back of our templates. And you don't need to have a machine for the templates. You can do those by hand. So, but to hold the pencil, right or left-handed, it doesn't matter. When you lay the pencil halfway on the edge, and you can see just by pushing on it, I'm creating an indentation there on the paper. And so once I have that, I can pinch it very tight, and I'm just using my right hand to roll the pencil, and I'm pinching with my left hand. And that's why it's going underneath the pencil and it goes around. Now, a lot of people start off by wanting to hold the pencil up here and do everything really up here. And sometimes you can tear the paper. It's very forgiving if you don't tear it. You can open it up over and over and do it, you know. But, and if you're sticking the pencil over the edge, you're not going to get the point that you are with the others. So I hope that helps a little. I would love to talk to that person if you can get that information. Okay, great. But I just want to go ahead and, you know, show you again that I'm holding it and I'm pinching it super tight. I don't want it loose where the pencil is moving on its own. Okay. So.
Yeah, I'll definitely. Yeah, I'll definitely connect you with her. Karen Wilson, she's she's from, I think, near Meaford in Ontario, so I'll definitely connect her with her. So,
okay.
Somebody was also asking, what kind of glue do you use?
Any kind of glue.
Okay.
I know I mentioned the Beacon because it dries fast, but I also use, here's the Beacon. I keep forgetting, I'm looking at my other camera. But I also use tacky glue, and I also use Elmer's, and I use the art glue. I use all kinds of glue, all kinds of adhesive tape, double-sided adhesives work, glue dots work. Oh, yeah. Now, I wouldn't suggest to use glue dots on this, although I do, but only when I'm teaching a class. I don't want people walking out with a wet project.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm not using the glue dots on here. When I make these, I actually make these in steps. And so I'll use a wet glue to make sure all the circles are where I want them to be and lined up.
Oh, perfect.
So, but anything works.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, awesome. Well, we have about 5 minutes or so. I'm not sure. Oh, I see. Someone else was saying, yes, they're putting their pencil too high. So maybe that's why.
Oh, pencil too high. Yes, yes. And I can demonstrate that super quick too.
Okay,
that's
perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Yep, you got 5 minutes, so go for it.
By putting it way up, and then when you're doing it, you know, sometimes it'll come out of your hands like it just did for me. You know, and if you are lucky enough to get it around, it kind of looks like this, because you're not getting it centered which is more like that. So that's why I am using it halfway on the edge, and then I'm curling it. I have more control over the paper and the pencil that way. So, yeah. I have some samples too, if you were interested in seeing some cards. Is that something that you think you might want to see?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that would be great. It's lovely to see
So
all the
what I'm
different
going
things
to
that you can do with it.
is take my phone and switch the camera. There. Sorry about that. Let's see. Here you can use ink, alcohol ink markers. This one was made using our ghost ink. This one is more of a mixed media piece. This was using ghost ink and embossing the paper. Here's a wonderful one for Mother's Day. This is taking the glossy ruby and doing a direct stamp on it.
Beautiful.
Here are some cards with iris folding that Nadine was showing you. I'm going to try to move this nice and slow. I don't realize until I'm doing it that I'm doing it so fast. So this one was just die cut. Here they used an ever so tiny piece just to bring a little bling to this card. And here is one for a new baby. This one was labor intensive because she took scraps and put them all together. I think it was on a double adhesive sheet, and then she die cut it out. And this one is one of my scrapbook layouts. This is actually Nadine's. She used it behind the love, and she used it behind the chipboard on the butterflies. But really, you can use acrylic paint on here. My sister made these cards for me last year. I love showing them off. This was made with ghost ink. Here's another three-dimensional piece. So, I mean, anything that you can think of when you use cardstock, you can use this. Oh yeah, here's another little cutie. And that was using the hyacinth dye on those little curly.
That's adorable.
So this is what we have. And, I'm going to go ahead and switch over cameras so that way we can talk about the door prize, because the colors that I have, let's go back here. Sorry about this.
That's okay.
Okay. So the colors that I have in the door prize have to do with the card that Nadine made and the flower that I made. Oh, and wow. So what I have is the pastel pack. And she also used in her card, like she said, she used the blush. And so I put in a princess so that you have the blush color on that as well.
Nice.
And then I threw in, let's see here. I used the Woodlands pack. So I put that one in. And nice. I used the marigold, so we put the floral pack in. So you can make flowers with marigold or violet or fuchsia in this pack. And then peacock has all the bold colors as well.
Beautiful.
So you have green and purple and blue in there.
Wow.
And I want everybody to try this. So that's why I thought it would be fun to throw in the ghost ink, because we did on the last pin it, we did a nice demo with the ghost ink. And so, and then of course the hyacinth dye that you can use for several different things as I showed you today.
Yes. Oh, perfect. Perfect. And for those who are not going to win the door prize, they need to go to renia.com and they can find all the products there as well. So now, is there a kit for, or is there information about making the card or making the hyacinths with it as well?
There's, we have a blog.
Okay.
And we also have on all our social media, especially on YouTube, we have videos that you can follow along with to make the hyacinth dye, as well as, I mean, the hyacinth flower, as well as the star. So it's fun just to browse through our blog. It has, what do you call it? Posts from going all the way back for about 5 years. So just scrolling through, seeing a picture of something that you like, stop, click, and check it out and see, you know, there's a write-up on there, or there might be a video attached.
Perfect. That would be awesome. And I hear maybe it's a special day today. Is it your birthday?
Yes, it's my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you.
Not that we can celebrate too much right now, but it's still, I'm sure you'll do something special. Well, being with us here today. There you go. Well, thank you so much for spending some time with us and showing us all your amazing products, Diane.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Take care.
Okay.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I thought I better get that in there. I didn't want to make her nervous at the beginning, but I did see that it was her birthday today. So happy birthday. And thank you for all the information for Nadine and Diane sharing all their information and their creativity, and to see all those different cards and what you can do with the products. It just kind of mind-boggling, but just the opportunities are there for sure. So our next presenter, let's see, is Kristen Powers, aka KP, and she is a designer, instructor, illustrator, painter, and creative moonbeam. She was, until 2011, at age 45, a self-taught mixed media artist, when she went on to receive her BFA in studio art from the Maryville University in St. Louis. And in 2012, she took over the Rubber Moon Art Stamp Company. And in 2020, she purchased the company Art Foamies, and she continues to share her love of stamping and mixed media with everybody. Hello, how are you?
Hi, Audrey. How are you?
Good, good, good. Maybe you can tell everybody quickly where the name KP came from.
Okay, well, so my name is Kristen Powers, so my initials are KP, and I went to college very much later in life, and so all the younger girls always called me KP. And it made me feel so, I don't know, I just loved it, and I just like signing my artwork that way too.
Yeah,
so
that's wonderful, wonderful. So you kind of have a little bit of everything. You've got the rubber stamps, and then you've got the art foamies, and you're just so creative, and it's mind-boggling all the things that you come up with. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, my true love is watercolor. So when I've always been watercoloring rubber stamps, and whenever I got art foamies, it really something about the foam holds the watercolor a little bit better. And then also, foam stamps can be much larger. So I'm able to, I was very excited at all the possibilities. So I've really been exploring watercolor with art foamies, and I'm very excited to share that here with you today.
That would be wonderful. Let's just get right to the demonstration.
Okay, well, let me switch over here, and whoops, we don't want that. Sorry, I keep clicking the wrong thing.
That's okay.
Yay.
Yay.
All right. So for those of you who might not know what art foamies are, they are foam stamps, and we do offer them in lots of different, imagery and all sorts of different sizes. But like I mentioned earlier, one of the things that I love is that you can really make much larger art foamies really than you can with rubber stamps. I mean, I'm not saying that you can't make large rubber stamps, you can, but with art foamies, it's just much easier to work very large with them. So as you can see, I have a couple here. It's sort of hard to see the design, I know, on camera, but you'll see it when I stamp it. This is like a long set of leaves. We also have many wonderful artists. I do want to actually pull out just a little bit of artwork first and show you some of the things that I've done with, now these are all art foamy stamps in watercolor. Okay, so I have a couple cards, greeting cards. These are just fold over greetings. And this is 3 separate mushroom stamps. And again, all stamped in watercolor and then watercolored. Okay, so then here too, this little moon guy. This one's kind of nice because, and again, these are all, if you look at Art Foamy's website, you'll see all the artists listed. So I'm not calling out the stamps that I used in these samples. I just wanted you to get an idea of, how you can actually watercolor your foamy stamp. So this is the part of the large leaf that I'll be using for the demo here today. And again, this is all strictly just foamy, art foamy stamps and watercolor paints. And of course, I'm going to show you how I apply them. And I'm pulling out all different samples here just to show you. This is actually, we haven't even come out with these. This is a little sneak peek at some beautiful flowers that we're just coming out with. But just look how beautifully those watercolor up. They just are so nice to be able to work with the paint right on the surface of the stamp. And then when you stamp it, you get these beautiful gradations. Again, this is just one art foamy stamp, and I stamped it in one solid color of watercolor using like an indigo blue, and then just took a little bit of wash of color and barely just touched it, and it sort of filled in that way. So all these things, again, I just wanted to pull out quickly to share with you. And this is the one I did with you last time, Audrey, live with the little leaves. And here's one that's a little bit more of a actual, what am I trying, an actual painted image with multiple stamps creating an entire composition. Here's just like one heart stamp. So you can just really see the possibilities are endless. And I'm actually getting to what I really wanted to show you today. And now these are both on board. Okay, this is on board, but I painted the surface with a product called Watercolor Ground. I'm also a core artist educator, a golden artist educator. And so I love working with this watercolor ground, and I'm going to show you why in just a moment. But I do want to let you know this is an art foamy stamp, and all the background is an art foamy stamp, and it's just splashed with watercolor. But on this board, I prepared the surface with this watercolor ground. Okay, and the same with this one. All art foamies here, and this girl and the butterfly, all of it. Okay, and again, it's painted on watercolor ground. And so the reason I wanted to share all that with you, because I'm actually doing a little something different today, a little bit of more home decor, I guess you could say. And this is watercoloring on a candle. Okay, so I'm going to show you how easy that is. Again, you have your watercolor ground. I have here just a nice flat, wide, soft brush. Okay, and then whatever watercolors that you want to use here, I do have my core watercolors in my tubes, but I also have a little bit of Dr. P.H. Martin's Radiant Watercolor Concentrates, which are kind of fun to use as well. So I'm just showing you can use all sorts of water media. Okay, it doesn't have to be your tube watercolor. You can use your liquid dye watercolor. You can also use, and I have them here, some watercolor crayons. Those are really, really fun to use as well. Okay, so just get out your water media, whatever you have on hand. Get out definitely your favorite art foamies. The other product I want to tell you about really quick that we actually make these in-house, and I'm going to be using some, is Stamp Buddies. Okay, a Stamp Buddy is a piece of corrugated plastic with some foam on top, and we use these basically as like ink pads. Okay, and I'm saying ink pads using like air quotes, because you might not use ink, you might use paint, or you might use acrylic paint or watercolor. The Stamp Buddies come in 3 sizes, a 6x8, a 4x5, and a 2x3. But then we also have what's called Scrap Buddies, which are just little end cuts. They could be random pieces, okay? They might be different sizes when you order them. I think you get 5 or 6 in a package, and they're just little strips or little end cuts. Well, I use these all the time for my watercolor. This is actually my favorite way to apply the watercolor to the stamp. So I have these little strips, and you can even cut them down a little bit more if you feel you need to. You don't want to, waste them. Sometimes you might not need a very, very big piece. So you can always trim them up a little bit more and save them and keep them. I reuse them again and again. So now if you want to do a candle, you're just going to take your candle and obviously unwrap it. Okay. And then you're just going to, I already have one here. Take your watercolor grounds. Now this is not gesso. Okay. A lot of people ask me, is it the same as gesso? It is absolutely not the same as gesso, although it looks very similar. Okay. But it does take a little bit longer to dry, and it's not gesso. Okay. It's a watercolor ground, which is an absorbent ground. And it just prepares your surface, any surface, for watercolor. Okay, so here I'm painting it right on the candle. Of course, I want to go all the way around and give it a nice, good coating, making sure there's no bald spots, because obviously the watercolor is not going to stick to your wax candle. It's going to adhere to the watercolor ground. So you're going to want to let this dry probably overnight, or at least a minimum of 3 hours. Okay. And here I already have some prepared. And I wanted to share with you that I bought these. These are the pillar candles, which are glass, but I went ahead and prepared them with some watercolor grounds as well. All right, so I have a medium candle here. And I already have the watercolor grounds all prepared all the way around it. Okay. And I'm going to just take my stamp. I'm going to actually, well, I wanted to use this stamp. I love this. This is called Tenango. And I just love the pattern. And I thought it would be really fun to go ahead and ink it up or watercolor it up. I did watercolor the image here so you could see it. But I'm going to take my little Scrap Buddy here. I already have some watercolors squeezed out in my little dish. And I like using this dish because I can really get in there and load up my Scrap Buddy. You can dip your Scrap Buddy in a little bit of water just to moisten it, or you can also spritz it with a little, if you have a spray bottle, you can spritz a little bit. And I'm just going to start dipping in to my colors, and I'm not trying, if I want to paint this perfectly, I can take my brush and I could go on and paint it, being more detail-y about it, but I'm not just going to worry about that too much. And obviously if I'm going to switch colors, then I'm probably going to want to switch Stamp Buddies. Again, moistening it helps just a little bit. And sometimes I'll even blot off on the side. And I'm just going to keep loading up that color. Really fun to get little mixtures too right on your surface of your stamp. And keeping in mind, I said that you can also use watercolor crayons. So here I have my water soluble crayons. You can go in and color right on there. But of course, and don't be afraid to layer back over with color also if you want to have more gradients or different little pops of color here and there. You can do that. You can also, again, like I said, use your brush and drop color on there. So lots of ways to apply. But I'm just going to quickly move along here. Try to finish up. And I'm making it really, really colorful just because I love rainbows, and I think it will be really nice on the candle. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and spritz it one more time just to make sure I don't have any dry spots. And then you can take your candle, and I'm gonna move everything out of the way here. And give a good pressing. And woo, here I have one. And then of course you're gonna have a little spot, possibly. It depends on, you know, how big your candle is. This small one would have gone all the way. So you're just gonna want to try to line it back up and roll again. If it overlaps a little bit, it's okay. The kind of cool thing now is that, and of course you still have, if you have some watercolor paper handy, spritz this again and go ahead and stamp it, and you have another stamping from it. But the cool thing is now too, obviously let that dry just a little bit, but your candle surface still has that watercolor grounds on there. So feel free to go back in with your brush and you know, paint. You could actually paint in around it if you want to, and I will let some of this dry, obviously, but so if you want the whole thing to be more bright and colorful, you can go in and paint just as if you were painting on paper. Okay. I will let that dry a little bit because I don't want to be handling it a lot. And I probably would use something really, really bright. Like let's take some of this sky blue and try it. These colors are super, almost neon-y. So I think that would be really fun. Oops. I got a little heavy-handed, so you just but remember, it reacts just like water, or well, it reacts like watercolor because it is watercolor. But what I'm trying to say is don't be afraid to go in now and really, you know, squish it around with your water and play with it just like you would if you're painting on paper. And you can go back in and layer over the top again. So, and I have burned these candles like this, okay? And really, it does nothing. It just, the outside edges just, it burns the same as if it was blank, really. So here I have one that's a little bit simpler. I just did it with my leaf stamp. So take one of those. We'll take one of these on the glass and do it using our leaf stamp. And sometimes I will even just take my tube watercolor right out of the tube and squeeze a little on there. You don't want to waste a lot of that, but it loads it up pretty good. Again, you can either give it a spritz or you can dip it in some water, and then just, the reason I like doing this as opposed to loading up I could load up a whole stamp buddy, okay, with ink or with paint, but it really takes a lot. So unless I'm doing a lot of different projects at once, I will usually work kind of just a little more sparingly with the stamp buddies, because again, it just takes a lot of paint or ink to load them up. And it's great when you're doing a lot of projects at once. If I were going to be making like, you know, a dozen of these, then I would want to load up my stamp buddy, and then I could just keep using it again and again. But I find this is a little bit neater. And again, when I'm just doing one project or small projects, it works a little bit better. All right. And again, just for fun, I'm going to hit this in a couple spots with my watercolor crayon, just so I can get a little gradient. Oop, I didn't go quite far enough. But this one's nice because it is long enough. You can really get the whole thing. Ah, I did it that time. There you go. And I wanted to show you too, I did the same exact technique. I'm not really finished yet, but on a lampshade. I just bought this at the thrift shop and I coated it with the watercolor grounds. And I'm starting my leaf stamp right on here, the same as I just did this candle holder. And this is one thing I did want to show you because as you can see, some of my spots, they didn't stamp very well, right? But with the water, I'm not trying to make this look like it's just stamped on there. I want this to look watercolored. And since it's stamped in watercolor, it's also going to move. So I can actually take my brush and my watercolors and go right on here and fill that in. So really sort of just using, you know, my stamp as sort of a layer to, you know, block, I don't really know what to call it, but to sort of at least make my marks. And then I can go back in and go right over the top and fill in any little areas that didn't, you know, stamp nicely. But it's not going to matter ultimately anyway, because keeping in mind that I want to watercolor this whole thing. It's actually going to be really beautiful when I'm done, because of the watercolor grounds that's on there. It is going to move and make those beautiful, can you kind of see how that's happening already? Make those beautiful gradations that everybody loves about watercolor, right? That's one of the things that is so enchanting and lovely about watercolor is the way that it moves and the way that it blends, its transparencies. And so that is exactly what I'm going to get on this lampshade when I'm done. Just again, using those nice large art foamy stamps and the watercolor grounds. And this is going to really, when I'm done with this piece, it's going to have like all these beautiful washy passages. And it won't really even look stampy like that. It's going to look more washy and watercolory like this. All right. I think that's it.
Say, that's beautiful. It's such a neat idea. And again, doing something in the round, sometimes it's really hard to do things in the round.
Yes. Well, and one thing, I know I'm going to come back and talk with you for a second, but that is one thing, and I'm glad you said that, and I didn't mention it, but it is one wonderful thing about the art foamies also, as you can see, because, you know, if you can't roll it this way, they do bend really nicely. So you see, you could actually stamp it that way if you had to. Obviously rolling it is better, but that's kind of nice. That was still wet because I had just painted it. But anyway, the flexibility is another really great thing about it. So
perfect.
Yeah, I did it.
Good. That was awesome.
Oh gosh, thank you.
And I was going to ask, how do you keep the stamp from not drying, but you just keep spritzing it?
So do you mean the watercolor from drying on there?
On the stamp before you get to.
It really won't. It's not as much as like acrylic. It will stay wetter longer. But yes, you can spritz it with a little water, or you can even spritz your surface a little bit too. Now, if you spritz your surface, it will make it has the possibility of making it spread a little bit, but sometimes that can be a really beautiful look too.
Oh, good. Somebody's also asking, can you use fluid acrylics instead of the watercolor?
Yes. So yes, actually you can use acrylics. Can I turn my camera back around just for a second? I'll show you this. Oh, now I'm turning it off. Okay, so this one, but we were showing watercolor stamping, so I didn't show you this one, but this is actually, and I don't, if anybody wants to join in for Art Foamy Fun Friday tonight, I'm gonna do this actually with acrylic. So it's you just use your acrylic paint instead, and then you don't even have to use your watercolor ground, you know, you can just use straight acrylic, but you can't, obviously the whole, one of the things I love is that sort of very washy watercolory look, you know, but it's still super fun.
Oh, perfect. Also, how do you wash the stamps?
Okay, so for Art Foamy stamps, you do want to keep them, you know, clean if you can. Mine aren't so clean, but you don't want to, the main thing is if watercolor, that's one reason too I love watercolor, because it won't hurt them really. It might stain them a little bit, but you can always just blot and rinse them lightly. But you don't want really acrylic paint to dry on them. So I really recommend just running them under water or wiping them with a baby wipe gently, because you don't want to rub or scrub too hard on your art foamies. But and yeah, so that would just be the main thing, is not letting acrylic paint dry on them.
Oh, perfect. And how many different art foamy designs do you think you have?
Right now, I think that we are, I don't know for sure, but I want to say about 600.
Wow.
And we have 15 artists, I think, if I'm remembering correct. 16 maybe.
Well, that's incredible. And there will be a lucky winner that will win a $30 Art Foamy gift card and a 1-month paid subscription to your patron at the Full Moon tier. Can you just explain what that's all about for people who don't know out there?
Okay, so Patreon is a platform where artists, or all different kinds of artists, not just visual artists, it could be musicians or any kind, you know, any artists and writers, all different kinds of people that just want to put out content. I mean, I would say that it's geared towards artists, I guess, but that put out various content, maybe different classes, demonstrations, products, and then you have patrons subscribe to help support what you're doing, and people that are that are interested in maybe whatever specialty that you offer, they, for a monthly fee, they get all the content that's there. So for example, for my Patreon, it goes from anywhere from $2 to $50, and then there's just different levels of what you get. But lots and lots of demos, and little mini workshops, and all kinds of discounts and special exclusive stamps and art foamies and stuff like that.
Oh, awesome. And they can find all that on your website.
Yep.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Kristen, for being on the show today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Audrey.
You're very colorful and so much information there. It's just wonderful.
Thank you so much.
And you actually answered a question from earlier in the show. Somebody was asking what watercolor ground is, and we didn't know. So it's just funny how now it's come all the way around. So I'll have to make sure I mention that.
Yes,
now we know you can, it's a golden product watercolor ground.
Yes,
there you go.
Stuff. They have I do want to tell you really quick, they have another one that's called cold press ground, and it is a thick, it's like makes it bumpier and chunkier. The regular watercolor ground makes it a little smoother. Okay.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you
so much. Yes. Have a great day. Thanks, Audrey. Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Well, that was awesome. Then again, we had the round around the egg, and now we have the round around the candle. So it's kind of neat. All those shapes that sometimes you're not quite sure how to paint or how to decorate. Some great ideas there. So just wanted to mention that I have been we've launching an adult crafting line, and the launch was yesterday, and it's with the Curiosity Box team. And we launched our adult crafting kits. So our brand partnership is with Curiosity Box and Pin It Makers. So if you love to create, but you don't have all the supplies, we have the kit for that. Everything you need to create the project in one box. all those things you love to pin on Pinterest, well, you'll find them there. So there's many different kit companies, adult or children kits available in Canada, and Curiosity Box is one of the large suppliers of the kids kits. Now they will be carrying the adult kits, and we are working with a lot of our pin it companies partners with some of the kits as well. So we're starting with some pretty basic easy kits, and you can find that on www.curiosityboxkids.com. They're working on a new web page right now, but they do have some of the basic kits there, and we will be working with Ecstasy Craft, Art Foamies, Chip Art, and many, many more on upcoming kits over the next 6 months. So we want to check that out as well. Just want to thank everybody. Thank all of our presenters, all of our sponsoring companies. It certainly has been an incredible afternoon of learning again. And just want to thank them for being part of the show and sharing their knowledge and their wealth of information. And that they all, donated door prizes. And again, like we said, we'll mention that on our Facebook page tomorrow, all the door prize winners, once we've notified them. So, and congrats to all the winners. Like I said, you will be notified, and the company will definitely send you the prize directly. If you only could watch part of the show today, that you didn't catch the whole show, you can watch it on our YouTube channel, Pin It Canada. It'll be up there next week. And you can see a segment over again that maybe you missed, or something that you just want to get some more information on. It'll all be there available for you. Next week, we will be back to Audrey Live every other Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Our next show will be March 11th, and we have the one and only Holly Hanley will be on the show, and she's going to be showing us everything Easter and spring. So it certainly will be a show you don't want to miss. So thank you again, everybody, for being part of the show, and I want to thank our production team. We have Ron Hampson, Judy Hampson, and Sonia Thompson, and thank them for being here today and helping us bring this show directly to you. So take care of yourself, take care of each other, and have a great day. Bye-bye.